I'm focused. I've been watching for the omens. I've been listening to everything you said. It's been running through my head, locked and loaded. I got the feeling that you know it. Yeah, I've only just begun. I won't stop until it's done, till you're broken. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the lighter. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Bigger they are, harder they fall.
We return
To the
late evening to Ray.
Hi.
Waking from his rest. It's late for me, okay? So from my perspective, after returning from the Fogar battle, and a battle that finished just before midday, and after running back to the protected temple courts in the limited district courtyard filled with rooms of refugees to temples stocked to the brim of basically sheltered people, asylums, and everyone in here rests while some guards stand on patrols. Cautiously, this place is guarded and it is not noisy unless you're in close proximity. From the outside, it is inaudible, but then as soon as you enter, you start to hear the kind of quiet mutters and everyday speak that is now the new everyday. In the late evening, the moon high in the sky makes you think it's either 8 or 9, but the whitish blue moon for days has been swallowed by black smoke, and now, while not still fully visible, the smoke still is in the sky. The sky has grown, the wind has picked up, and the smoke is thin enough to allow light to gently shine down onto your exposed courtyard. Not your brain muscles are sore, aching with overexerted adrenaline, not to the end of 2 days of, or nearly 30 hours of constant fighting and rescuing and recovery, minor, and now one full night's rest. You awake to conversation that kind of happens above you. You see Heron, kind of not waking you up, but standing over you and starting to talk to someone else, checking that you're not dead clearly, but not bothered to talk to you. He's talking with someone about the disconcerting stares from the knights in the center of the room. As you kind of tilt your head, you saw them there when you went to bed, see them when you wake up. White cloaked, nearly 10 foot tall, strange compared to all the other humans around here. They stand dwarfing completely.
I'm actually a tavern singer.
And Heron starts to make conversation with you about how the last thing that you both saw, Oscar getting infested by an angel spirit that had weird, almost insectoid limbs that were coming out of it and emerging like a spiritual insectoid creature that flew into him. Heron's just not convinced that it was on his side. He feels like he was using him. He doesn't know why. He's got a gut feeling. Then, unbeknownst to the both of you, both of the large, golden-armored, white-cloaked royal knights walk towards you both, and they rest a hand on each of them on one of Heron's shoulders, and they speak together in a voice so far, and this takes obviously Heron for surprise. He goes mute. Most of the people in this whole chamber quiet down because these guards haven't moved in over 12 hours, or at least that's how long you've been kind of in the area for your understanding. They say, "You have been summoned to the council meeting. Follow." And they turn shoulders, and then they begin to walk off. And they leave Heron. And Heron's just... Well, I suppose that means I'm summoned. And you see Sophia walks up to you and goes, "What the fuck was that? Are you kidding me?" And then, like, kicks a cot next to another old man that's sitting beside, like, in a cot beside Ray. "Wake up, you old fuck!" He's just like, he's solidly out. It's like, God, why do people not... Everyone's asleep, and then these guys move for the first time? It just doesn't... I went up to them and I put it... She's just talking to you now, she's just ignoring Harry. I put a hand up to its mouth, and I didn't feel it breathe. I got real close. Harry's like, I'm someone, I guess I'll go to the meeting. Because I'm not rushing me. You hand up, Ray. What do you need here?
No, I'm drunk.
Am I full? Okay. No, I'm fine. Can you help me out?
Yeah. You're still in your armor. It's like, like little rustles of the little bits of metal chain that covers you. Okay. I'm gonna go get the priest that we came back with. Make sure that he checks up on you. He's currently... Tristan was flattened. He was using the last of his magic to heal him. We were in the temple. I'll come back to you when you see Aaron walks off and so it's just... Oh, I didn't know you couldn't breathe well. I'm sorry.
River boy.
My throat was on fire. Oh no, that's it. That's it.
And you were fighting near fire for like 3 days straight.
I
just held my breath like a smart person, you know. Anyway, yeah, all the Moki's children are here. I'm sure that they're desperate. And then there's the one girl that's just obsessed with them. She's like petting the horse girl. I tried, but she didn't like me, so.
The horse or the person?
The horse girl. The horse girl. Sophie is like just trying to find someone to talk to. She kind of explains that Imric has already come and gone. We've all left. We headed back to the temple because Imric kind of convinced us while you were asleep to like go back down.
Lying bitch.
And
Wait, so where are they?
so they went back in the book. Everyone but you. And obviously not Aaron or Tristan or Monarch or I said Tristan for Aaron too. That's my bad. It's 4 incident. You who else went in? Monkey. You know, honestly, I thought Hannah was gonna go in. She just like starts, just like hanging the foot around, just like.
How long have they been gone for?
11.
Why is that guy in the background just 7?
Yeah, 7. The guy, the council begins to
7 hours.
7 hours, I think. Yeah, roughly. I'm kind of getting pent up in here. Like I thought they'd be back already, but they said time is weird in there, so you know.
Isn't it like where is the book on our side?
It's all the way down to the pier. It's like 4-hour walk.
Okay, I thought it was like 13.
No, so yeah, we got back. We got back like 4 hours ago.
So they've been in for approximately 3 of our hours.
Okay.
Average walk down to the local bakery.
No, it's to the pier. We're at the top of the city.
Oh, I'm gonna get some bread rolls. See you in 7 days.
We're sleeping out here, right?
Yeah, you've got like a little corner. It's basically like a market stall, shelter cover, with like basically full it's not great outside.
What?
I need to do the
Is that
dishes.
a wing?
Let's do the local road. Do 7 days of rations.
And you look in, and you see there is golden armor. There is the edge of rings that are definitely purple. Like, it's hard to tell because it's a relatively dark chamber in there, and they're dark purple wings. But then you see them rustle, and you can see the little distinct differences between the feathers, and like the clumped up ones at the edge, and the ones further in that are kind of a brighter violet pink. So you see all of them look in and go, wait, no. Sophia's just like, what the fuck is that?
You've been hyper awake for a while and you haven't looked in.
There's women and there's men with crossbows gun in the front, and every time I look at them, they just like point the gun in my direction because they think I'm like some sticky fingered kid. That
You are so they're not wrong at all.
They're pointing guns at me. I just didn't want to deal with that.
Currently I'm sitting up, I'm just gonna try and stand up.
And you stand up, and you watch the Yeti walk over to you with Heron. Heron's like, okay, and you watch as the two.
He's still here.
Can you pass me the two big guns?
Oh, much better.
They enter obviously inside, and Heron walks up to you and says, okay, and the priest obviously walks in behind him. Priest tries to give you some sort of like a physical checkup. He looks exhausted, and he looks, obviously, this is like a mid-80s man.
No, I'm fine. Go take a rest.
You
Sit down.
Yes, I will take your call, actually. He just sits back and the Yeti kind of just says, I fought you before. You fought me before? Bruce, for the reason we fought the dragon horseman in the mountain.
Yes, good.
Remember the arena
Yes.
that you basically robbed?
Basically.
Moki's father.
I didn't even see how you win. I guess you do that a lot.
Yeah.
Anyway, there was
He's still on that.
you slow, like this is the first time you actually and he's really slow to articulate his words. Harry's just in amazement, just like it's like the third time I've heard him talk ever. There was explosions, and they have struck recently. And you see Sophia just looks away from the tunnel where she's now been locked in, just sitting out for a while. Oh yeah, there was like huge explosions in the middle of the city, like not the pier where Oscar and them went, but like far middle. So when we were walking back, it was like the center of the city had freaking eruptions of fire or something like that. We could see at like eye level the city was smoldering like at least halfway through. That was like the lumber weavers mill where like most of like the fabrics being made. I think our whole place has been destroyed. So our supply of clothing 4 hours ago, three and a half maybe.
So when they entered the book.
No, maybe pretty close, yeah. But they were with us, like we watched them go into the book and then we were walking back, so they were definitely in the book. That wasn't them. But then we heard the roar of some sort of like great monster in the sky, and that was when. Well, no, Jonathan became the dragon, and then he entered the book. So this wasn't the dragon. There was an undead dragon, and he possessed it, and then he went into the book with all of his minions. Anyway, there was another roar, and then these big explosions happened, and we just ran away.
When was the last time? How long have I been out?
7 hours, 8 hours.
When was the last time you heard this roar?
3.5 hours ago.
Okay, so when it exploded.
Yeah, like right before the explosion.
So
it was like huge
it's just
roars.
gone.
Yeah, it's been dead
No one saw
silent.
anything.
Everyone's freaked out, but no one's like you could if you stand on top of all the temple kid, you can see it's like it more like 2.5 hours ago. It was like burning, like the horizon line was burning, but now it's not. It's cooled down.
Okay.
Or maybe it hasn't. I haven't checked. Do a good check. I can scout the roof.
His age.
No, it will be okay. I will get more information. You just play with Moki's kid.
She doesn't like me, and she's also walk away like.
Why should you calling her whole skill? I called you monkey go.
Jesus Christ, is a fucking ghost. You're protecting your child as a ghost.
He's literally ghost parenting.
Beat her up now.
You do obviously walk back into this interaction of Moki's daughter and Sophia having an argument, which is like, why are you yelling at me? This is not supposed to be. I barely understand comment. Why are you talking angrily at me?
Stop speaking foreign languages near me.
Anyway, that happens in an hour. Less. So since you woke up, about 20 minutes have gone by. You see Heron is like just like looking reluctantly at you for taking care of Sophie. He's like, I have no idea how to handle her. She's like a little child rocket with demons inside her. I don't know.
Yes, essentially you don't leave her to...
I suggested with Heron that we burn her out, but then he said...
Yeah, you gotta either use her energy or just like put her in a place where she won't get herself killed. But also
Hey, boss girl!
counters that. No.
You do?
That was...
Cigarettes just use one of the horse legs and literally step on their foot. And so if you go, you horse bitch! Argument, proper argument ensues.
You know what? This is critical learning development for
it's a
her.
better distraction than anything else.
I think, yeah, she'll use all of her.
You should have watched
energy.
her fail to scuttle a building for 3 hours. That was something. I'm gonna rip off your ears! Starts trying to jump up, literally climb the top of cigarettes, just literally pounding her down. Just like, get the fuck away from me.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go.
I'm going
I was called 20 minutes ago.
What is in here? What is that thing?
That's the where the court is, and I'm being summoned. You actually, why don't you wait? Because you're not being summoned.
Okay, but what is that?
Oh, right. That was the thing that brought me to this land to begin with, and what assembled me with the city's religious figures to Sephra. It's one of the creations of a god, and it was made probably 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, and it's kind of been guiding civilization. It's where a portion of my power comes from. Do you remember when I disabled ghosts from being ghosts and we could like touch things when we died?
Right.
She gave me that power to alter law. James Tucker walks outside, checks clock, walks back inside.
So we having recess after 30 hours.
He's waiting 45 minutes for recess. He's just like,
designated chairs. There's only 2 tables.
Do we have any water and art?
He likes to take a brochure.
brochure stuff. Out the church is saving the day. Just like, well, they're sitting in a room. Yeah.
Well, then you should go in and have your meeting.
I'll come out and grab you, but if I don't come out in 30 minutes, then just...
We storm the castle.
There's no leaving before recess.
I don't think Sophia could wait. I'm going to be staying out here so she doesn't, because I was the only figure that she was kind of like... I told her, like, don't go in, just climb the building. She did that straight away. It's kind of...
There are several clothes in the corner in case you do not fit the dress code.
I wouldn't just stay in my holiday and meet you, friend. I'm coming in now. I don't need your brochure. I work here. Walks through.
That is mine.
And you notice, Ray, the down to for your angle, the left of the area here is like it's a corner thoroughfare, and you can see on this edge and on this edge there would be paths that lead to wider street areas, but there are 30-foot tall slabs of stone that look to have just been like morphed or molded out of the ground to form as like blockades. So nothing from this angle or from this angle can move past these buildings, basically. Like blockading the space so that this corridor can function. And around each of the wider exit points, there are 30-foot tall stone blockades, just summoned stone stuck in place. Watch Harry enter. And, I mean, are you going to watch from the outside? Patrol, just see what happens? Or?
Sure, I'll watch. And I'll listen. Right now.
You watch and hear from a distance, obviously you see the enormous form of a... What is...
I've been invited in by this kind gentleman.
Hands for sure. What'd you get?
So 34. Heed my words. You should go and get the silk and everything from there to help these people.
You hear, and like that's how you enter the conversation, you hear this sort of stuff and say, well, this is 2-on-1, this is unfair.
You gotta go outside to steal the tapestry. This person's gonna be like, you're gay now. Divine law, you're gay.
I am going to do my best to not interrupt the council meeting, so I will go to every other building in the area, including eventually the main courtroom, because there's tons of resources around here that I wasn't going to use because they were someone else's. And you don't want to make sure for this.
Right. So, it doesn't matter that half the city is destroyed and their homes are gone.
Would you like us to do expedition missions to get furniture?
No, everything here first.
Yes, okay.
Leave us off.
Mother swears
He
at
should
you.
be pissing and shit right now.
No, you just see his ego's bruised, and he's like, this night kind of needed to be intimidated.
Intimidation feats, loser. Except, yeah. You should rend his soul in off.
Sounds like a 34.
Walk away, just like perfect stab through the back.
What's the plus 25?
The battle begins now. And the robot warrior, as you watch the sergeant walk off, I was going to win that fight on my own, but 20 minutes of talking, this really
Doesn't
helps.
help anyone, yes.
This really helps.
Yes,
I will always be fighting for the most amount of people I can save at once, and there are people here with horrible back problems and no cots to sit their backs in.
Arthritis riddles the land, you're right.
Every back has a story.
Do you know where the cleric who was sleeping in the cot just over there is now?
Yes, I think I saw the one you call Oscar walk him away.
When? 5 minutes ago? Oscar should not be here.
Maybe 2.5, maybe 4 minutes ago. Actually, wait, no, we've been talking maybe 20 minutes ago.
Where?
When we started. He actually pointed to the exit, the only exit when you would march all your souls out. I just saw him walk around the corner and out the gate.
Quickly describe Oscar to me, his face.
I didn't see his face. He was wearing silver leathers, blue armor.
How did you know?
Yeah, the white hair. Just the white hair. You don't know Oscar has red hair.
That was not Oscar. I will quickly exit the... If you see and I describe what's his name
Actually,
inside...
Dark Oscar and regular Oscar both have red hair. Regular Oscar that you saw had red hair and white stripes. Dark Oscar had red hair.
They've split into two.
But this guy says there's a white hair
Is
and
he a
Oscar
good version or...
Oscar with white.
There are 3 versions.
And you also remember...
There's also the shadow
You
one.
also remember the shadow one has just red hair. Normal Oscar has red and white hair. But you now, comforting Oscar, you witnessed Jonathan specifically comfort him. But this was over the loss of his 2 dead siblings being taken. One of which is a man that looks just like Oscar, who has white hair. So unless this is Oscar's dead brother, it's unlikely that it's Dark Oscar or regular Oscar.
If you see the paladin man inside. Can you tell him I'm after the fake Oscar?
Yeah, Council of Oscars.
Okay, would you like me to go? Yeah.
If you can, if you can't, I'm going to go after him. Just let what's his name? Aaron know that I'm going after Oscar.
Right, okay.
And tell him your description and tell him it's not really Oscar.
Are you sure we don't just check the corner where the building is to see that he didn't just walk in? This is, do you think this is something real?
I need to go find him.
Go to the council room. Shifts starts to quickly.
30 minutes.
The sword quickly undoes from the stone which it was planted and sheaths fast, very robotically, walks to the entryway. You walk kind of out of the main area where all these buildings are kind of creating this open arched path through, and you notice a street and a half away. There is the red-cloaked, dark-skinned man, sword priest, and he's sitting slumped the edge of a corner post of a destroyed building.
Are you alive?
As you look at him, he's like 2 buildings away, on the other side of the road, and you quickly walk over to him. You realize his hands twitching. His hands starting to feel the dirt around him, he's blind. And then you walk up to him, and then you notice that there's blood leaking from the edges of his eyes.
No, that's got to be good.
And his eyes are open, but they're kind of half bloodshot. They're a little bloodshot, and he's looking around kind of frantically.
Are you dying?
Hi.
What did Oscar do to you?
No,
He touched you.
No, I didn't even see. He sounded like Oscar. And he walked me here, and then he was half asleep. He spoke some sort of a ritual, and
You're bleeding from the eyelids. Generally, this is not something a person who is not dying
I'm not
does.
bleeding. I'm not cut. And he looks at his hand. And he's like, no, there's nothing. Nothing over it. He's just fully clothed. He's not bleeding. He tries to stand up. He's really old.
His balls are gone.
I'm gonna need a cane soon.
I'm surprised you do not already have one.
I had a staff a while back. I came up on it too big.
His manual to keep him young.
I need like a short staff to hold with, not like a staff.
What about a sheath? Could you walk up the sheath? Oh, I can give you this sheath.
He walks just like with it in front of him. This is his normal sheath.
Oh, you're so smart.
So you just kind of walking back in. I mean, this is a surprise, but there's no Oscar in sight.
Okay.
2 minutes.
At 0 minutes.
You watch as that was about 2 minutes just to get him up and find him and carefully walking back inside because he's a fine hole. But you watch as you start now curving back into the temple towards the defended area. You watch the robot man is quickly walking towards you guys, 100 feet away.
We are running into delays.
Heron is indisposed, the robot man says to you.
Okay. I was not able to find Oscar.
You weren't. The priest, why has he got blood all over his face?
I do not know.
He's not bleeding.
Are you a medical person?
The only medical practitioner is inside of the temple. I can go reach him. Sorry.
Okay, do that. I will go over to...
She's currently in court. She's one of the heads of the council.
Is that the person I've had interaction
She
with?
was the Archmage of Antiquity.
Oh, yes, it is.
She has minor healing powers as a half.
I will go and find the small girl.
Little girl. Where are you?
Bishop, play character as well.
You see, she is literally like straddling to the back half of Sigmar's. Her body is like koala to the underside of her body. Like, you can't hit me, bitch! You can't hit me! Sigmar's is attempting to kick her. She was just like, oh, hey, what do you need?
See,
I'm not making friends!
I know you're the best of friends. Have you seen Oscar in the last 30 minutes? White hair?
No. I saw someone who had white hair, though, yeah.
Yeah, do you know where he is?
Yeah, I saw him leave. With the priest.
Okay, you're absolutely useless. Thank you.
I'm trying to make...
Keep on keeping on.
You say for a second she's taking her attention off and you watch as a horse scoop just like gets her in the face as you look away.
Really up.
She's got like 50.
Oh no, a D8.
Can I just like have Oscar live life? Like, come on.
It didn't do anything.
I don't know. A named character appeared. I have to look.
Oh.
You're a named character.
The characters have names, Aiden.
She's like, right, remember Oscar has red hair now. Oh,
Alright.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
You've been kicked in the face by a local horse girl? By a full soul? Oh, wait, never mind. He's a little bit hurt.
Okay. Well, in that case,
you just pull the soul back onto the bed, like the cop that you were sleeping
Yes,
on.
you're seeing
I thought I was moving to a nicer place, and I was let outside. Oh, it's that ritual. He had a scroll, something in his hand.
You did? I don't know anything about magic, but do you know what it did? I don't know. I don't cast magic.
My memory is
just
failing me. I'm going to do the last of my magic to recover my body.
Right, I'm just giving it
Okay. I will take back the sheath.
I'm just giving
Take back the sheath.
Then I will put it in my bag. I will sit down outside the stone and I will wait.
After about 30 seconds, he goes, it's not working. I'm out of magic.
Okay.
Most of all.
You're out of magic or you cannot feel the magic? I think...
Let me try again. I've exhausted myself. It's hard to tell.
Okay.
I don't feel it.
Either way, you're like next to this holy thing, so I think it should be fine. Alright. Go to sleep.
Not a problem.
Rubbing his temples, he lies down.
Random.
You can watch Murky. You watch Jonathan and you watch Emmerich. And then you watch a dot of red hairs.
Wait, hang on. I watched Jonathan and I watched
So you watch
Emmerich.
all three of the
There, arrived?
except for Oscar. You think you see Dot by the front gate, but like past
Red hair or white hair?
red hair. But then you think you saw
Oh, hey guys.
streaks of white.
Continuity, you're having your life.
You
Pretend I
are.
don't notice even what's going on.
You won't know.
Have you guys seen a white-haired Oscar before?
Never mind, you can do it.
Like the one we saw once.
Oscar. He had white hair
Yeah.
like 2 days ago.
He came in like an hour ago.
Wait, are you Oscar with us?
What do you mean?
He went up to the clerk and did a ritual or something with like a scroll. And then
Like a big,
Yes.
like a big,
Better David.
like really old looking
I'm better David.
brown scroll.
Cleric, wake up! Was it like a big leather brown scroll?
The skin, it looked like almost, yeah, maybe like a dark, brownish,
Maybe.
pink.
I see. What happened to the effects?
I don't know.
Scroll.
My eyes were bleeding like red.
Yeah, he was bleeding.
You can't access your bachelor.
I think finished inside.
I feel any aura of anything.
That's
what he saw with me. I still learn the ability and how to do it, but
So you can tell, it's a magic.
Like Oscar,
Who are you?
does he have the
This is better David. He's been with us the entire time.
I'm literally doing this is good.
Who the hell are you?
Oh my god. Funny joke, guys. This is the guy that likes the gaslight. He knows what I am. Sophia's just like obviously aware, bruise, swollen on the face.
Sophia, what happened to you?
Your daughter punched me.
She was playing with your daughter.
You know?
Sophia, here you go.
Touches her. Yeah,
Does it healing of divinity in him? Or the priest?
You connect, you heal wound, and you feel a lack of divine connection. But you only healed him once, and that was in the middle of battle, so it's hard. It's kind of like you're 50-50 on it.
Is
Too cold.
I'm sorry. Did he use them?
I see.
Rather than heals the priest. Always heals Sophia and
And he touched the priest.
observes the priest.
Did you use the scroll on him?
Yes. I'm sorry. I forgot his name, shit.
Soul.
I'm sorry, so. But your divinity has been stolen.
Bro, that's a bummer.
That's bad.
Does it help that we're next to
5 minutes ago.
Does it help that we're like next to a
No
god?
longer have a connection to Huntsman.
Wait, don't you have divinity? Why don't you just give him
You could just Jonathan, does it help that we're like next to a god thing?
I would have to edit the scroll and it would have more of that.
Have you seen that thing over there?
What?
Apparently it's like
It's
a divination
right?
of a god.
That's not how priests work.
Oh yes, there's a Sephora in the building.
But like
what?
the other guy, he knows how.
You should go meet her.
I remember when we flew on one.
And I saw like the redhead Oscar like just running there when
Right. I wanted to know about the council.
This guy knows too much.
I've literally been here the whole time, guys.
He's not been able
Look, I remember David. He was guarding the scrolls.
I remember that, but he didn't know that we came to Innsbruck.
20.
David, what happened to
This
Gregory?
whole time.
Forget about him.
He was skinwalking.
He jumps out of his skin.
What just happened?
He is.
Did I say
He
cigarette?
just deflates like a balloon, and just a little like skin goblin walk up.
We're gonna run to legend.
cannon?
Free skin!
David died. Got eaten by a flame.
No, I said walk around dead.
My skin now.
Actions have consequences. This is the most.
Okay, well, the refugee camp is full of monstrosity shapeshifters. Good to know.
I think that monstrous human.
Oh, okay.
He would label him that, you fucking bigot.
Slay living.
Okay.
Well, everybody that you thought you knew is definitely a crimson.
So they're having this like either divine intervention or just like a casual meeting in there.
I see.
Apparently it doesn't concern me, but maybe it'll be interesting to you. It's like
Certainly not.
it's like divination or something.
You have to go tell her brother's dead.
Let us go. Sister, are you coming with me? Ray?
Oh, if they don't mind, sure, I'll go.
Are you supposed to
What's
go
up to the gods?
You walk up and you notice that at the front, like door precipice, you see Karen. All
I think having
three of you.
some muscle with us would be good.
Yeah, I'll stay with my kids.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Aaron, have you
You
finished?
see the Yeti walks up behind you. I will guard you.
Thanks.
You see Heron.
Have you finished your meeting?
Dull, glowing purple eyes.
Oh, no, he's changed.
He's taking brush.
What is his arm?
There's a decision that cannot wait.
That's the second time.
My vote is impartial. Just like dodges back. Dodges.
What are you?
Take a brush.
Ah!
Just like hitting the armor like.
There we go.
Take a brush off.
Brush. Alright, sir. Thank you. What is your name?
My vote is impartial and thus
What has happened to you?
He looks like the other
decisions
creatures.
will matter in this
What are we in charge?
agreement.
The thing,
What did you do?
yeah.
50 years old.
He looks at you for
That's a job to me, but you're right. Sorry, I'm a bit senior
and
anymore.
just starts to walk into the room. And you see there's like almost it's a weird lack of recognition, but he's still addressing you.
Okay,
He's aware of you, but he didn't.
Does not have more.
And he didn't show any emotion. Like anything.
Fucking around with whoever you do.
Yes, I will go inside.
Whoa, I'm gonna go inside.
Yes. Sorry, heaven is growing green and the guy gave me a brochure. I'm very confused.
Fuck it. Okay.
Let's go in. Heaven,
We don't need to present a unified.
Aaron's just
We're just gonna wing it like we're.
Aaron told me the room and Ray, and then walk inside while you were talking.
Okay, so Ray, everybody except for me went insane in the book. Oscar started having memory
Wait,
problems. Yes, literally. Oscar started having
How do
memory
we know
problems.
you're not insane?
I don't feel any different, but I might be, I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
Oscar's now.
Thank
you, I did smell like
Just a
shit.
little close, like
Wait, does that mean you're insane?
His dog died, like the big wolf guy, and he merged with his dragon, and now he's silly. And
You do notice, Ray, while you
He's always insane.
yeah, Murphy actually didn't change too much.
Okay. Is he still cursed?
In what way? Yes, but
with the curse?
we killed the. We didn't. The Marcus killed the
curse?
the demon lord, apparently.
What demon lord?
Her brother, the evil Sephiroth.
So looking at the people.
I point to the big ladies. Her brother, the evil demigod Sphinx.
Yes.
We went into the book.
Wait, the Sphinx?
Yes, her brother, her evil twin.
Oh, gotcha.
Apparently she's evil as well. I didn't really ask Oscar what that means.
Okay.
She can
Wait,
she can hear this whole conversation.
Did good Oscar tell you this or evil Oscar?
Well, it's hard to tell.
Because if evil
The
Oscar
last
told you
one we
that makes it
saw.
a good.
I'm pretty sure it was middle Oscar. Sorry, this is very good.
Alright, the morality isn't real. Anyway, hopefully his curse is fixed because apparently the demon lord is dead.
Okay. So we have no idea.
All of the other 7 curses probably not.
Okay.
shall we enter then?
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright.
you.
This is great. I should never like that.
No, it's not that you should never play a character, you should play every character.
You should DM.
I'm trying to make these.
Yeah.
Oscar and Brosha.
I'm going to now read one line before I read last game, and then I will read again. Now,
27 minutes.
characteristics. This is now returning to the correct.
For initiative, so we know what to.
Absolutely. No. But if this happens, it could. I'm just saying,
Canon initiative.
You can take her.
my brain can't currently comprehend how you can turn this into a battle.
You can take her.
But
You can turn anything into a battle.
realistically, anything becomes.
He just told me that thing's evil. So
Guys, my initiative's 3.
The battle is going to be a debate where everybody initiative comes up. I will go, no.
mine's a 21.
I roll a
You know what? You know what? We want to do this. Give me your initiatives.
21.
Debate battle, let's go.
Okay, the seven we're going to do.
I was at 20. I thought that was not one.
You got that 20?
Yeah, 24.
24? This is I'm trying to roll this out.
Minus 2.
This is
Sorry, minus 1 dude.
-1?
Yes, my initiative is minus
Minus 1?
14.
14? Okay.
I'll see how long.
Okay, the king got 16.
I love that.
Holy shit.
Rolling initiative for a council call?
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
right.
roll initiative.
Yes.
Oh, wait, no, that's not doing
No, roll initiative for me, right
that.
Cool, I will. But currently, I'm scolding my daughter for kicking Sophia in the face.
And not
Yeah,
killing.
I agree. I'm not going to roll initiative for anyone but the group. There's so many people to take track of.
14.
I died. 3? Okay, fine, God. 14 for Monkey?
Yeah.
This is the government.
Roll for David as well.
Yeah, roll for
Oh, David? He only got 6.
David the Skinwalker?
22.
Bruce.
He's just like on the ceiling.
Oh, hey guys.
He's sentimental, yeah, just chill, bro.
Sorry.
It was a
You're like-
it is a question. I didn't mean to offend you.
What if
It's
David was
okay.
just the narrator of this talk, but like from outside and he's narrating it to himself?
They're starting to get suspicious.
The elf might be a problem, but he hasn't clocked me in. I acted naturally and got myself out.
Admission. Nobody's a
He's standing behind you, he's like, there's more than I was expecting.
He's got like a 10 card, he's like unzipping the skin.
There were nothing guesses for
Get in disguise.
Oh crap, I don't have thumb.
Oh, this one has a deformity. His pinky finger is half like.
He's going to do the speech in the order that obviously the initiative order allows. Between the speeching of the initiative order,
I attack.
I will ask you what you want to do. If you want to comment.
My player, my 16-year-old.
Now, so I will forewarn you, you are not in the room until I finish the first of the Elven Queen's speech, and then you're in the room when the king talks.
We already did this. We didn't talk, so rest assured we will not speak or anything.
But that's only for the first page. So there are 5 pages left.
No, I believe you. I know.
Okay.
I felt the first
What if, to make it simpler for you, if someone interjects, they interject on that, and then you follow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So if someone wants to start a fight.
Yes, first goes, oh, you like me now.
Last session we had Dark Blizzards. You might be interjected.
These are the one of initiative.
That's right.
Because right before the Sephiroth,
That's right.
one of initiative. You hear, and you. That's the last thing you hear from the voice of the Sephiroth. And you. Then you hear the king. Let me ask you. Oh, and it's kind of like echoing in the hallway as you begin to walk in. Oh, great being who protects us. Is a life of justice superior to an unjust life? From the condition of living in our society, what is the benefit of living a just life when the unjust life nourishes you more? It should be a human right to have healthy food, a bed, a roof, and peace when you drift into rest. I was born into this system of people who puppeteered my family's lineages as a tool for their own salvation and a banner to hide under. I was lost. I have been my whole life. But finding salvation for us was not possible from atop our wealth. It was only in the unjust manner of a good man, a soldier, and I realized the unjust ways of our society had built our young men and women to the monsters outside the walls where we were just cattle, held aloft by the ones smart enough to hide their sinister darkness outside those walls, protecting them from us all. I was only blinded because of my own ideas of justice as a king and my envy for those who knew the city better than I. Does anyone want to interject, including Councilman for me?
Which one are you?
We found Councilman, not happier character.
He's better David.
No.
This is Councilman. David is the knight.
This is Mr. Blizzard.
Wait, Glizzicus? Glizzy?
Glizicus wants to talk.
Opposing council, it is your turn to speak.
You're a governor.
Justice is merely, the Sifra nods to the small councilman. The small councilman feels so powerful. It's a divine being just nodding at him. Justice is merely a social bond, a contract between people, just as it was between angels and gods. Look how it turned out. Does anyone want to go off John and Ray? Or better David?
Please, better David, please.
She's finally here where you wanted her.
Commentate. Narrate this.
Better David will interject to himself.
Okay. Talks inwardly about the situation in hand.
I didn't really get it.
Swedish.
Does that make sense? To me?
The Queen. You humans put faith in the concepts of humanity and just actions, and while itself is desirable, we reason that humans seek to act because rewards can be gained in the afterlife, in the present, in the past. You will have to convince me, as someone who has an outside understanding of what you see as justice. There is a reason we fled from the capital city, Avalon, a home of justice, before your tribe of humans ever arrived. An unjust life for us, for you, is for us the definition of controlling our own destiny. A fate sown with chaos is the one the old father of trees prepared us for. Right after the queen is the king. But unlike the gods and angels whose power held them so far apart from each other they could not look at their own shared experiences, unlike our creators, our need for each other assures us that we are not alone. We have perspectives that help us look beyond what you call social contracts to our own concepts of justice. Justice is humanity. Justice is the accumulation of everything a free human being can do. Every time we cry or laugh, all of that adds together to make us, our experiences, make us human beings, and it makes us all individuals despite our need for one another. That alone is powerful. But let me ask, Sephra, have the powers that made you, allowed you to laugh? Have you cried? Do you know what it feels like to be human? If not, then how could you justify ruling us?
This is the first time you guys are understanding the brevity of the courtroom. The understanding of what is at stake.
To be a so-called ascendant ruler, you speak as if you have the humanity inside you. But then why haven't you already joined together with the Isaurian religions and this one? And since I was a boy, I looked at the Eastern lands with awe and reverie. But being informed from the experiences of those who wished to leave, it was a place of forced loyalty. Your ploy of unjust control is what the founders of this city ran from.
The king continues.
Our ancestors may have not made this land with the religious intentions of your faith, but I see what they saw 500 years ago. The further from the eastern lands we are, the greater freedom we have. Now let me ask you this, council and fellow citizens. Do we wish to lose the only thing they could take from us for a chance of civility and justice according to their doctrines that we do not know? This court hearing will decide the fate of the last of us here and the ones who wait to hear from us in Kaligo. Counsel is in us or them.
Council.
I am dead. The present council, you may begin your opening statement.
The queen steps forward.
And despite
Just like chaos, just like this isn't.
You have
It's a lot of clock
and
here.
despite my own experience,
It's a god hearing.
It's not
I
bad.
see you are trying to find a way for both sides to not just survive, but to live. And if you are sneaking with your own ideals over the Sephra, I will still support you. Because this may be the first city in centuries that houses both humans and elves in harmony. But only if we both set aside our goals and allow full transparency in the community to grow.
You have violated.
And the king goes. Still kind of against, because the Sephra's supposed to go. Because with choosing, because with choosing our own fate, Queen, we can elevate our people. I see it as a natural desire, wanting to gain more, and the only reason we don't act unjust is because we do not want unjust things to occur to us. Maybe elves don't have such a cynical view. In a way, it is a contract of ideals, but if our whole city was unjust, then this destruction would have occurred in the early days of this continent's history. But everyone has something to lose. It is a social contract, social ideals. That is enough. Not outside validation or pressure will help that. It will only remove the unjust freedom you seem to be so fond of, Queen Mary.
Council, you get to go again?
You may continue.
Just gonna whisper to the gentleman.
He already was looking.
If you're looking to influence the city, now's the time.
Listen to what they're saying. We're waiting for them to finish their arguments.
Isbris turns, nods the councilman. I see justice that comes from fear and weakness. To answer your question, King, I have never shed a tear for mankind. I have only shed a tear for the centuries of progress wiped away because of the so-called unjust freedom you speak of. One must rule above, or power will be wrongly appointed, and major damage will be done. An example, if I gave a random survivor out there a magical ring of invisibility, do you think they would act just? No, for humans cannot be trusted with power they have not earned. Not unless they have the fear of their betters to guide them. The king interjects quickly. Are you sure? Has this been proven?
Lord of the Rings.
Not bad. Stand your ground, human. Stand your ground.
He's closing council requesting a sidebar.
No, we are able to say no, we are not.
As Jonathan will step up.
Zephyr goes, and then you get to go now. So, yes, ending the debate. This debate has no effect on the current state, only on whose morals should be heard. Whose counsel should it be? The only sufferer guarding the Western lands, or a failure of a king who lost hundreds of thousands of lives due to ignorance and denial? These human conditions are avoidable if you set aside fully the ideals of this city and set your minds on the capital continent.
Council request we keep the name going.
And discern the faiths of your sanctuary inherited from thieves of our great nation.
I have a question. Is the judge, jury, and execution of the
But this
opposing
is
counsel?
why I believe you do not have the right to take over a human city, Zephyr.
Like all three of them are opposing counsel.
For it is human nature to fail and make
We
mistakes.
have no
It
judge.
is human nature to grow and continue. For there is one thing that humans have that no other races have, and that is their human will. For a being living for eons, you cannot hold a race that will fall in a blink of an eye for what feels like a second to you. This is why elves cannot rule humans, and this is why we cannot rule them.
You hear the king then say, this is a democracy, not just a majorcratic society. The voices of the many will decide, and no amount of progress or hive-like fake happiness can ever replace the beauty and the will of what makes us free. Our city is built on self-sacrifice. My family was rooted of that, sacrificing our freedom and humanity for the sake of the people under us. My family failed you, and so did I. I understand my past, and I am willing to step away. But for the lack of control I had in my past, I am committed to remaking tomorrow and for the future for this land, with the help of heroes and with the half-mon, the primordial word for half-curse, as our
But what's a half curse though?
the plagued people that are half-cursed and the survivors of the city. As our last souls, you kind of don't fully understand the context, but you understand Parasite, so you know what it means. As our last souls of the city left, we will return this city to the paradise it was days ago. I won't forget my mistakes, but I will learn from them. I hope you will be able to trust me as your king again.
What did we say?
You hear the queen say nothing and nod. You see Mitso at the top of the council seat on the far left side of the room. You see
David looks down on
a
him.
woman that is in the very center of the three at the top of the council. She looks half-elven, elegant. You had seen Loki through a spear right next to her head, and right next to the guy next to her. Which,
I remember looking up being smited for that for some reason.
Well, you didn't go with it.
you assume is some regal part of the society. You don't actually know who that guy, you don't even know who the guy on the right, so you know the middle that you knew this, so. And they are quietly listening.
Well, that's good. That was all enough to do with him.
Mitsu might, but because he's such an old elf, but you met him and he didn't say he.
Right, you're a homeless dude back then. I don't think anyone knows who you are.
That's true. He knows you came out of a crystal, but still didn't talk about it.
Yeah, I'm a crystal baby.
Looking to insert yourself as fourth council in this debate.
Yes, I believe I will.
Okay, what is your name?
Thomas in the contact. You can write it down. Are you the writer of this?
Yeah. Upon further discussion, the council is willing to accept position of fourth council to Jonathan Necrodamus, representing the greater people. We continue.
You see, his Cyrus is about to put in and Jonathan gets to go. I need to adjust the camera a little bit.
Blow your brains out in Chris. Blow your brains out, baby.
It is, as the Inspirer says, it is considered a nobleman's act to relinquish control at the cost of victory. The capital continent will take note of your council's next decision with the diligence of their guardian court and seers supporting their predictions of the future they see as beneficial. Remember this line, for it was the gods themselves that told me this. For this quote is the only reason I have been so willing to aid where I am not welcome or needed. My creator said, it is in the pursuit of greatness we failed to do good. I have been spending my life trying to amend the destruction wrought by this world's creators, for they are not infallible, which is why they bestowed the most difficult and moral burdens upon those they saw as better fit for than themselves. Us, Sephra, the God King, even what is now considered evil, the gods that turned their backs on the mortal lives they fostered chose to give their control over all to me.
Is it John's time?
It is John's.
The gods know why they turned their back after the war. But we do not talk about that anymore. For they have left for their reason. Their divine influence has made this place worse. And you know this. That is why we have scourged lands of destroyed land. And you are too old to show anything. At best, you can be a councilman or a elder of this. A wise man to a king, but never its ruler. You know that age comes with mistakes. There is a limit to your responsibility.
She, the king says, has a good point. It is that I failed, that I only fight for her behalf, and I do not wish for this to be a one-sided debate. She does not belong here, and I know it is right to depose those who wish only to control the masses by keeping them in a cage, to keep hope alive, that we may one day return to a paradise like this.
And that is human nature. We expect you to fail.
So the just eats and everyone just looks at him, which is great.
Further reminder, speaking out of turn. One warning is given considering the new replacement of your position.
3 strikes and it's a death penalty.
Furthermore, second council, are you wishing to change your argument?
That's not your role.
I would like to remind you are arguing for yourself to remain.
I am.
Okay.
Inspire says, hope of control in reality is the worst of evil's power because it prolongs the torment of man. That is what time tells me, king of nothing. And the king, I don't think, unless you wish to say something.
No, he said his thing. He has nothing to add right now.
There is no freedom in perfection. Only the end of human ingenuity. We cannot give up even when there is nothing. Fighting to get back freedom is worth more than gaining the freedom back by losing our freedom of choice. There is nothing more for us to say, councillors. Councilmen.
Is every
If I may.
we have the
Try and set her up.
excuse me, sir. Are you wishing to become faithful?
You're all still pretending as if the civilization you're currently a part of is still functioning. This whole court, you're pretending as if your rules still mean anything. We're still in a state of emergency. The active forces attacking the city are not yet defeated.
Yeah, in the councilman, yes, but they have still on the top right. They have ceased for the last 3.5 hours, and we believe that that is enough time for us to get these decisions done with, so we do not have to risk all of us being in one building at once.
Have you made a decision? Are you going to leave the city or stay?
Yeah, of course.
You're speeding up like a 12-hour event.
Are you going to stay here or leave the city?
The councils here have some secluded rooms.
Let's not pretend.
Probably.
We, with the exception of this creature, have no idea the forces arrayed against us. The extent of their corruption in the city. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Several of the perpetrators are probably in this room right now. And I know who they are.
Separate. Just doesn't look around.
Inspirus. Is there a way for you to fix the corruption of the city without undoing your law?
Are we continuing to decimate?
Says several looks at the councilman. Bargaining now.
I don't know where that position is.
Neither do I. If you take my aid, and the aid of my Saurian Council of the Guardian, there is things that I can do to quickly retain what is a desecrated section of your city. At least to
2/5 of the city is considered dangerous for anything that is living.
We're going to session.
Or you could take my aid. But I have a plan to be able to feed the whole city in 5 days with full 9-course meals and prepare housing for enough time for the whole place to be repaired.
You see, Icarus just sits back.
I believe that was a count of substance.
That is a kind of sense.
Fuck, do you know what a legal system is? It's right, right?
I do know everything.
You hear the king say quietly off the side, How do you plan to feed that many people? We don't have as many cooks. We have 6 cooks.
Not many people.
Discussion.
Sounds good. I realize everyone.
You see it smiles.
Council is willing to allow the recess before you decide your action.
You see, the king says, the decision must be made now. Parcel them, and the recess begins now.
Oh, he's a fun.
The councilmen all stand up.
You're gonna set lunch.
You watch as every single person in this juror seems to walk to the front table around the Sephira, and they all seem to pick a small strip of paper. Just regular, thin, tiny white piece of paper, and they all begin to walk away.
What are we voting for?
You see all of the council walk back and say, one of them, just someone with
We're not in a position to be making choices for the future. There is no future until we deal with the problems here. You can vote however you wish. If she is bringing the influence my story here, unless you banish her now, it will never be disappeared. It will start here in this city, and it will spread to the rest of the continent.
They would like security to bring it out.
The king says, no, it's fine. Spurs says, we are going to transform your military, assuming I take control and power. And assuming that I take control and power, you will have a far stronger military than you currently do. And the ideas of taking back the settlement becomes very possible. That is without the aid of the elves, which I assume, and it looks down the Sephira at the Queen, the reason you are here is to provide the aid as I would. The Queen nods, without saying a word.
And if you choose the king, or choose to accept me, I will help your people.
The Sephira
Build
says,
buildings.
if you choose the king, you will get the help of the king's heroes, but not of my aid, or much further, because we already have burning cities to the far north, and my resources must be dedicated all across this continent if you do not wish to have it dedicated heavily here. That is your decision to make. Whose support do you wish for more? The king or nothing, or the Sephira? The council, obviously, everyone who gathered pieces of paper and just been looking now between the elf armies for them. The elf,
Would be fine for your situation.
I'll say this to no one, because there's no bank or money anymore.
The bank has been foreclosed.
And money is worthless because there's no food.
We'll write your name down.
Or you can vote for the king with nothing, which has all the more reason to grow and learn. For he is not an immortal who will lose sight of what is right and how the people are. Who knows eons of races falling and mistakes afraid to walk on eggshells that others have made from their memory.
John, make a sense motive check.
Sense motive is part of a
This is motive.
This is not a diplomatic response. Alright.
Oh no, one first, then I'll
That's alright. Sense motive is... It's not very good. My sense motive is bad. My diplomacy is amazing.
Okay, did you beat 17?
I did, I got an 18. Winning?
You notice the top right councilman there has the gnarliest 2-second scowl when you're talking about relief aid for working with the king before it's quickly covered. Scowling at you like he's disgusted by you for some reason. And then you
It's because you're really ugly.
bring me a diplomacy.
It was very human looking.
Yeah, it is weird why you scowling. You're slightly pale, but that's about it.
36.
Does anyone here actually know what you can do?
Literally no.
I'm just saying, I bring support
I
in
didn't
you.
want you to do a call and be like, oh my god.
Guys, I can do it, alright?
Jonathan Necrodamus has got it once.
No, I got this.
If I was now, just
This is not politics only. You don't have to do anything. You just have to do something.
The king specifically asks who's serving and no responses happen, so the king's like,
If there are any undead in the room, I get +2. Full knife shot. So if there are any secret undead,
in the room,
there are yes. In the room, I get +2 charisma for everyone who's undead.
How do you detect
is it 100 feet or is it just like everywhere?
It's just generally, I'm more charismatic to undead. I think I'm very
Against undead.
So you only have plus 2 against the undead.
undead. Yes, it's your charisma. No.
So it's just the undead's DC is lower by 2. It's like lower.
Okay,
So
I don't think you can tell, but
I don't tell, but they know. They're like, oh, that guy's pretty fucking
Make
big.
me, and you can feed the city.
that's fine. That's fine.
I like that guy. So 26.
It's called a mile.
You can see his sharp, scowl turns into kind of like a grin. Then you notice that so and the council actually all separate. They begin to walk away, leaving everything on the table as is, and they begin to walk out of eyesight. And you are left in the courtroom filled with people, some of them writing, using a wall and a ink or a pen to write on a little piece of paper. They're all writing. They're just ignoring the elf who had a fucking tantrum in the courtroom.
Leave within 15 minutes.
No security room.
Exactly. They're not separate in the room.
Johnny bitch.
I was going to say, they believe that this separate will just pull this thing down on the ground if visible. But that's their fault. You can see there's like an actual dwarf woman, and not distinct to any armaments that you're currently used to seeing in the city, so she's totally a surprise. You also notice that there's some like dark cloaked, almost gnomish figure with like a tight red hair pulled back, shorter than the dwarf woman, holding some sort of like brass bronze mirror, and everyone else in this room looks very humanoid, very normal.
Everyone ignores like all John's arguments. He makes his little hand gestures to just scan detection. Bodies just all the way. It's like, they're all like, alright.
Where did you come from?
You're at the end of your and honestly,
Why are you following me around?
the moment you perform the magical acts, they go from being incredibly suspicious of your ability to then seeing that you're casting magic in front of them, and there's suddenly some of them are more relieved because they're understanding that you're not using regular means of infrastructure. Like you suggest, I can feel these people, and then they watch you cast magic, and they go, you do magic, anything's possible.
Spellcaster. Is there any species there? Also, yes, I get stung by the Sephora. But ignoring that, what else is around?
None of them are human. There is one wolf and one gnome in the room. And they're both under this side. And there's one elf, and then there's 2 elf guards in the back.
Alright.
I'm just not the time now.
Unless
You can insert yourself into that
shoulders
as you
and stuff
wish.
over their heads, so you can't tell them they're elves.
There's a couple things going
Roughly, they all need it.
Very bad. They're better there.
Well, yeah, I guess we'd say another elf. There's 4 elves total in the room, 1 gnome, 1 dwarf. About 30 odd people in the room, and they're all in the corner. Yeah, mid there doesn't count. And Ray being an abnormal creature doesn't fit me either. Phyllis, can you
Ray being an abomination of God.
the Yeti? It's right behind you instead.
Can we have an or you
Just perfectly
This music keeps throwing me off.
It does. It's literally been the same song this whole time. That's branded.
Oh, it is. It's a new song.
That sounds good.
We have an all-you-can-eat buffet if you're looking for.
Lena, do you have any food?
We have
Stop pretending.
in the next room.
I mean, it's true that all of the nobles would eat all of the food. It's correct.
Hey. You guys want to try to talk to anyone? There's the king in the room, there's the queen, there's the Sephora, they're all just waiting. And they're all giving people time to...
Nova will walk up to the king. Yes.
The king on the far side. So, Ray, due to the noise and bustle, you lose audio contact.
Jonathan will shake his head.
You follow? Everyone follows?
Yep.
It is nice to meet you. I don't think we've ever met before.
No, you haven't. Are you friends with Panda Ray? Right.
Yes.
You obviously guided him from Kingstock to here, so he's... and along some of the guards. Direction.
You are very brave to stand up against one of the 9 strongest creatures in the world.
Well,
I'm only here brave enough because of what I like here. It's my life in part.
well, he was too scared during the siege, so he kind of got everyone else killed. So I guess he's making up for it, maybe?
Admittedly, I kind of do that.
It was a little bit silly.
Yes, he did go like to the very bottom and most secure part of the city and hide.
He was like in a little bit.
It was quite disgraceful, really.
Yeah.
But maybe he's trying.
He got Johnny killed.
Well,
And Gordon!
I don't think I like your chances very well.
I
believe there are people in your own council who are against you.
Jonathan is not your name.
Yes, my name is Jonathan.
Necrodamus.
Necrodamus.
Yes, that's what the judge said.
You have,
I am part of Brandt.
you have been able the people to listen to me because of your, philanthropic ability.
Sure, good job, John.
I do not think I would have any chance of winning, and I think you have actually turned a bit more of the tide. So thank you for that.
That's awesome.
Even if I am no longer king, I wish to still serve this city with all of my being in the 20-odd years.
Well, I am afraid that if Innsbruck or the elves get control of the city will not be changing very much.
I believe that likely the Sephora will use the elves' aid to help the city's reforming, but I don't think she will last much further.
Yes.
I believe
It won't be in your lifetime.
but I think that if instead of the Sephora getting the council, if we got the council on our side, we could bargain with the elves more than the Sephora would be willing to, and we could make some long-term arrangements that might satisfy them, maybe move some of their people here, and
You do not want long-term arrangements with us.
well, they're requesting it out of us. I believe we should at least try and offer them a sort of a district.
They will reach your grandchildren's grandchildren.
Look, it's a bit of a cross-culture situation. We've never had that before, but I have a feeling that it's never happened before, and why should it be able to happen?
Just treat it the same as you do with dwarves, but longer.
Exactly. We house so little of them, I'm surprised there's one of them in the room, and it doesn't even look like she's from here. I think she's from the southern continent.
Sure, which that doesn't make sense.
Southern continent.
Well, you see the elf,
racial profiling?
Queen Numeria, she arrived here. She's from East Haven, so the far northeast, but she teleported here with that dwarf woman.
I shall go meet this lady. It was nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your assistance.
I came here long ago with elves. That is how I first came.
I believe we should try a diplomatic union with the two. If you can
However, I don't
feather the
know
nest, I would be much obliged.
if any elf lives long enough to know who I am.
There have been elves scattered throughout the world. I believe some must remember who you are. How old are you? You look 30.
I do not know the year,
Okay.
Isn't this sort of like royalty or something?
so I am unsure.
We've all agreed to that.
I am
Didn't we already figure out how?
Thank to your parents for birthing a miracle to behold. So the king turns away. Wants to go to Amanda Corner.
Yo, you should get the people to worship.
Oh, you're
You should
totally
become
getting
a
it.
god again.
What an interesting child.
Just the same, yes, with his name. It's all the same.
No, I don't think getting god worship is a good idea.
So you want to talk to the area? So the king starts to talk about turning away from you guys, unless you guys want to continue to speak with him. No. Oh, okay. Do you want to walk in front of or behind the Zephyr as you walk past?
In front of.
Okay.
Past the Zephyr, right?
So you start to walk towards, you notice, obviously Heron was not there the whole time. Heron was basically like standing at the base here, just guiding.
Is he
down.
still like zombified?
Yeah, now that he's in this room, he's got that dull purple eye, his face slack, almost slack
I'm gonna sit on the stairs in front of her.
in front of her.
So he still has purple glowing in his eyes.
Yeah, exact same blood that's coming out of the two Arsorian guards, which you see are in the room, and
That's someone that's a magic at will.
Like he.
like you.
Actually, I tell him.
Is this to the same extent as those guys?
So, yeah.
I don't think. I think she scooped his mind out.
That's the thing.
I thought they were just like being controlled.
Do you think that are we saying this while we're walking to the else?
Yeah, right in front of me.
Ray,
halfway.
Ray,
Sit down.
I was going to say, Ray's slowing down a bit, Emmerich stops. Ray, do you walk to John or do you stay with Emmerich in front?
I'm just going to stay with
Do
you.
you think they'll do that to me?
Why are you controlling our friend? I say up to the big six.
Oh my god, contact.
He is Arsorian, not by birth, but by blood.
Okay.
And he has ascended to the highest ranking of our order.
Less of her controlling him and more of him finishing his priesthood.
It is a public service.
Okay, so he is no longer.
Yeah. The same guy is that to her? Do you sense your brother?
No, I do not.
Apparently this is common knowledge, okay. Did you roll
So
that?
that's silver one.
I understand now.
I don't know.
I thought she was like taking his mind.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
Do you just like replicate what we think?
He's a doppelganger, can read up
Where did you last see him die? The Zephyr says and so.
in the book of Ultimate Evil.
If it died in there, and it died in the material, then the only place it has left to be is its place where it succumbed to its new form. Which is the realm that was a prison of the former angel. The thing that created us.
Why are you talking in my tongue?
I'm not sure.
I thought it was comfortable for an elf. No, he's speaking to me in Parazan.
Oh, and you're responding in Sylvan.
We have spoken in Sylvan before.
Yes.
I am not sure who you are.
Hey, Ray.
Right.
Yes.
You see, she blinks like Heron and the knights haven't blinked. Still that purple glow, like blink. I see you have saved the city in part, and you are a valuable resource. It is a shame we did not have you when the others and I first met.
When was that, like 1,000 years ago?
2 days ago.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we will do a test.
That is scary, man.
Mine is there. He's going to go in there, try to get the rule.
It is his prison that likely turned into his playground. The book of evil I predicted was a realm used to trap servants of his or things that he did not wish to interact with.
Like Oscar?
Likely this domain that your heavily fallen knight is going to journey into for you is a realm more manufactured for you.
Do you think he has a chance to kill him?
Marcus is
Would
pretty
just roll killing, being killed benefit you? And just thinking maybe a little bit of help would be useful. Obviously, you didn't want to kill your brother. You didn't want to kill him, but you can't.
I might only be able to help, for he created me in part, and his power might be able to unbind me if I or my magic appears in his presence. That is why I do not immediately send Harry to find any of their cultists, for they know the power that created my magic, are able to unbind it.
Oscar applies to go in there. The non-divine connection Oscar.
Two abilities are better than one.
Well, that's like the human saying, 2 heads are better than 1.
feet are better than one. It is like the confidence.
Done with Oscar now.
Oscar
Good
has
job.
much to redeem.
Oscar, there is 2 of him.
One is worthy of redemption.
But not from you.
Wait, I thought there were 3 of them.
The gods pick when he is redeemed, not me.
Aren't you a god?
I am the child of God.
So you're a god.
The child of a god.
So you're a god.
And an angel. The child
So you're not a
of... I
god.
am a half
It's like,
quasi.
like a quarter.
A quarter god, you're a
I
quarter.
am more than quarter.
Like a third.
If gods made angels, then they are godly beings, and I was made from an angel and a god. They did not procreate as humans.
So you're
They
a godly
made-
being.
Godlike.
Which one
God-like.
is redeemable?
Which is basically like a god, right?
But not quite.
The only one that is willing to go into the book with the other ingredient, into the realm of pain.
Who's your father?
My father is the one that we imprisoned.
Father is a strong term, that's not the same.
Who is your mother?
Biologically, I do not have a mother, for she is a god.
It's a created being. They're not like spawned and birthed like actual mortal beings. They're immortal. It's
like-
impossible to describe.
it's like when
She's
you-
a spirit. Like imagine a spirit times a million.
That's like when you lay an egg.
My question was who?
She didn't have whatever.
It's like when you lay an egg.
My goddess is the closest thing
Okay,
to a
David.
mother.
So is this is a problem you expect Oscar to fix up by himself? You're not going to help him.
I cannot use my magic to help him, no. But I have the ability to use the Eastern Land's resources to improve your chances of survival. That might take days for me to acquire those resources, and that is assuming the council here is tolerant of me becoming their leader.
What resources, like manpower?
Silver. Armaments. Good aligned. Things that cannot be made in this land. Things that stop evil from being able to quickly encroach.
I mean, that sounds pretty good.
There you
Oh
are.
no, it's good. Literally, she and I were the only chance of goddamn godforsaken continent.
I see the medicines.
But like, come on, John is part of the team. No, you can't do that. John is the team.
No, their settlement seems better than yours.
His
She literally possessed like 3 people together. Like, yep.
Did they? Oh, you mean the god?
Karen the god.
Apparently it's a misunderstanding. You know, she says it was a journey or whatnot.
Cost a double impersonal.
I don't know what that's
She also ascension, and now he's built.
Other permanency the spell. It helps with war spells. Just like here, you're stuck.
You're getting on him.
So the king is offering nothing. John is offering food. And you're offering gods.
John is offering housing and
Oh,
resources.
the elven queen.
I can only
What is the
assume
Sphinx
John
offering?
plans
The
to.
Sphinx is offering total assimilation with the Eastern Days.
Oh.
Basically, like mining.
Are we talking to the elf?
You're talking to the Sphinx. The total assimilation.
Imagine
American Civil War. It's fought. And then Britain at the time is like, we'll take you back. Here, we'll give you all our resources. We'll help you rebuild your country. That's what's happening right now.
And then the Americans like, no, fuck you.
And then Switzerland's here like, no, we offer peace and we give peace.
Thanks, Switzerland.
What does the elf queen
I cannot
say
make
from somewhere?
Okay, as you walk up to her, you notice that she's looking over your shoulder. So she doesn't like acknowledge you until you're like at her face. She's looking at the two behind you, the ones talking to the settler. She's observing the beginning of their conversation and then she snaps.
Back to reality.
You see, she has a piece of paper in her hand, but she hasn't written on it yet. And you notice that some of the people in this room are starting to kind of like return to the top of the table where they all grab the paper to deliver these papers to. And only one of the councilmen return.
This is where we get like of war that it takes a year for voting to happen in the country.
True.
Well, I love
This will be good for the preliminary vote.
Reconvene.
Normally I spend years pondering, but I made it in like 5 seconds. This is hard.
I hate humans. We can never coexist. Let's genocide.
You realize she notices you, but the first moment she looks at you, her eyes light up with some sort of magical presence. She immediately applies. The moment her eyes snap to you, there's a magical glow in her eyes, signature.
You're an abomination.
Oh, is she scanning aura?
Immediately.
Okay.
Make a spell project.
Okay. What's her hit?
Oh, that's 19.
Nice.
Damn, okay, my aura doesn't stun her. This is unfortunate.
How good does it happen?
How could this have happened?
She just observes you. And then she doesn't say anything until she basically just cautiously watches you when you're right in front of her. But other than that, she didn't pay attention to you.
Greetings. I am Jonathan Necrodamus. You are Queen.
I am Queen Lemuria.
Lemuria.
East Haven. Lemuria.
What the queens and kings on this continent?
Jonathan is speaking purely in Sylvan because he doesn't know Elvish.
Sure, she can speak in Sylvan if she realized to.
But that's because he doesn't know modern Elvish.
Elvish will be
You
plain like.
speak out all this dialect. For what reason?
Because I'm an old man.
I used to.
Okay.
I came to this continent with the elves. A few years ago.
Which land did you come from?
I came from Brandt.
With the elves?
You say Brown Gate?
Was it brandy back then? Oh, it's in
No, but Jonathan knows it's correct.
It's in conflict, yeah.
It was called Umbra Saxon, which was the place where Dark Elves lie.
Others would never lie.
But that was like more than 800 years ago, too.
Not exactly, but after the War of the Gods, I met up with the elves and they found land here. So I came with them.
So these were southern-born elves.
Possibly, I don't really remember, my mind is hazy. But
So you know that, not that we have had a full exploration of the entire world, but more of the assumed knowledge that we have is that the southern settled elves were all cruel, evil, torturers, and slavers. So if you came over with those elves, I see very stringent ties between them and our cultures. We were more like northern found elves. The elves southern side are, well, not all of them. Some of them are truly, truly evil.
it seems a lot has happened over my time sealed.
They are in the culture.
They were the reason humans' progress was so slow at the beginning. Only by the grace of the gods did they start to progress beyond OMENS.
Well,
What do you need from me?
well, I have come to say hello, and I wanted to catch up on what has happened during my time sealed. From
The great rupturing that split this continent apart.
the Great Rupturing, you've never heard of that.
The Sea of Shattered Stars came from these shattered stars, and they colloquially used after Well, we knew when humans arrived, there was asteroids that grew closer, and then within hundreds of years, we knew they would collide, and they did. And human civilization was withdrawn for quite a while, and then in the last 200 years, they have slowly started to regather their strength. This city did stand as a bulwark of human fortitude. That is why your settlement was healing, for we were willing to supply food. And if you are already willing to supply food, then we are more than happy to supply the resources of defense, a strong army to keep inside the city, to keep their people safe, only in exchange for food. Likely food that for a while we can supply ourselves for our own soldiers, and then, assuming that they stay in the city long term, your resource to supply food for a long, extended period would be a problem. I am willing to work with you regardless of what decision is made here between Sephra and King.
Unfortunately, I agree. I am planning to create enough food for approximately, I've calculated for around 2,000 people I can make maximum. Although the process will be slow.
That is more than currently exists in this stronghold. And I've heard that there are hungry people nearly 2 weeks north in the Codigo hold. But those people returning will be more arduous than them leaving, and they will not be here for many, many days, assuming that we can give the all clear. Battle has only just stopped for the moment, and if it remains halted, then we will likely, with your assumptions, still need to be providing food for the remaining people not yet in the city. We have a lot of assumptions and not a lot of answers. Is it true divine magic that fuels your ability to create?
Yes. I am a practitioner of both arts. Similar to a divine thaumaturge, I guess. There are many rare casters around who use divinity and arcane magic mixed intertwined. However, the cons is that if you can disrupt any of them, they cannot cast magic at all. I assume you elves have some people like that.
I have a select few, yes. Ones that help grow the crops faster, but also that helps see a future that we can use to our advantage, as I am now hearing Isora has been doing for quite some time. We have allies of a kind similar to which you speak, but they are more than needed in the place we are from, and so we cannot provide true magical gifts to the people here. We will be limited to providing strong military power and slowly fed supplies of raw foods and maybe the seeds needed to plant more.
I see. And how are you going to be transporting all of these resources?
Through the powerful magic me and my seers are able to acquire through, and you, as she starts to talk about it, you're like totally aware that the joint power of many medium to high level mages of Elvenkind are able to create permanent ninth level spells quite easily. But it takes like up to 100 days for it to be permanent. But basically, immediate gateways which last as long as the channels, which are obviously open, are maintained.
And she kind of explains to you that methodical sequence, which even the elves that you had traveled with here, 1,000 years ago, were doing the same.
They were? They didn't get better technology? Okay.
No, not that they're not better technology, but the technology isn't visible to you in this regard. It is simply the same methods as in the thousands.
It's just not like that's a new tech. That does a lot better. Amazing. But it's just,
It's like,
No, magic doesn't work forever.
magic never gets optimized.
It's good.
Impossible.
as Jonathan comments, someone who didn't notice magical signatures, you can tell that she has far less of a magical signature on her than you would expect. Like a level 19 character, or aristocrat. So with some magical...
Is she a real elven queen or is she Kate? Couldn't find out.
Yes. And from your assumption, she has lived for well over, like you're older, and around for less. She's absolutely more than 500 years old. But you've seen elves that hit 1,000, and you're like, yeah, I don't think she's that. She's not very cool.
Right. Well, I am looking for some elves that could possibly know who I am. They should be around 1,000-year-old elves or anything around there. If anybody around, I would like to talk to some.
We have a select settlement in our city. We can take you there once our gateway is settled and set up so that reinforcements can emerge in the city. It will be as easy as walking through a door.
It's pretty normal line, yes.
Yeah, and it's still pretty possible, right?
Just really old silver.
I would say it would be like 18 or 17 DC to hear these guys do it.
Can you exceed?
We cannot bring those resources here for we'll be putting them in jeopardy. This place is very dangerous, and for now, we will welcome you in through our gate. If that is what you wish to do, we will let you speak with some of our wiser kind.
I first need to stabilize the city, but yes, I would be interested if I could afford anything.
You see, but if you are unsure of which kind are yours, we have a member, OMENS here, just beside the dwarf, who's been quietly, the female, who's been quietly staring up at you, both of you just kind of listening to your conversation. I am from Crescent Wood, in the heart of OMENS' Sartosa. We have seen elves of very dark nature before. If you have a kind spirit, as you say you do, I don't think that they're the same kind. They will war off on you in a bad way. They didn't have a lot of clerics, more like heretics. We do have a big problem with the heretics in the Southern Lands.
I see. Very, very strange.
Yeah, I was a video with humans for a long time. She starts to ramble on this, you kind of look away and look to the group.
Impossible. Now Mary's
as you look at her, try to get contained of what she is, you see cold blue eyes, you see it's like strands of white, kind of almost a silver, but it's definitely white through black hair, and verging on weirdly pale high elf.
I was trying to kill all the non-pure high elves, right?
I'll throw the equation and then go to Inspiros.
Okay, so you walk up to where Ray and Ingrid were having that conversation about.
And he'll look at that weird councilman who had that weird,
Yeah, that's this guy, and you can see people are looking up to him, handing him pieces of paper, and he's just shuffling them all forward, and he's looking directly down at you guys at the conversations you're having. But
Does he look familiar? They look like someone I know. Do you want to do a history check or something?
Yeah, do it. Sure, history check.
That's an 11.
There's something about his voice that's oddly familiar.
Mind dimension.
Like, and you only heard him talk for a moment, but the facial features in that is unrecognizable. So something you make like he's human, so maybe this is like an ancestor of someone you've known, like a very long lineage sort of thing. Like, but no, you're laughing about it. No, you have no idea. But his voice is familiar. That's what gets you. You're like, oh, that does sound like. You remember there were the first few humans to kind of arrive. Not with your elf, but weirdly like in conjunction to it on a different part of the island. And your humans met with different humans, and your humans were guarded by elves. They were very... But you don't remember aligning those voices to this voice or anything like that. No one in this room believes more than that either. Other than they're humans. They're humans.
Weirdly, none of these humans are having a little bit weird.
In the court begins to become a throng again, and voices pile up as people start to make their way back in, and they're all handing over papers. You're right, you're able to talk, it's just people just moving past, and actually there's the sound, the bustle.
It's very wise of you to put spells on some of these people. I noticed there is familiar purple glow. What game are you playing at here?
But he said it was okay. It was good today. He will do better out of the hands of the sea.
He will do better. Without all those pesky human emotions.
I see.
He has, in some ways, a strong young mind. But there are things about him, and from his performance over the last month, that make me think he is better for this role in our order than he was previously.
All right. Another thing is, I'm not too very sure about that man in purple.
Don't look.
She says nothing.
Which guy in purple?
He seems a bit suspicious.
Which one?
Yeah, you're gonna need to wear that side if you're gonna be an idiot.
What do you mean?
I think
I can't see you.
he is
This man in purple.
visually the most arrogant human
And the
in front of us.
Clearly the king.
But I am not sure of what he is doing wrong.
As you see him like slowly sitting like putting things in order on the table in front of you.
Are we talking about the king?
Double closed bed. I just call it first.
Is it just a weird vibe?
Yes.
Oh, see, I can't see that guy. There are buildings in the back.
I feel like I've heard his voice somewhere. Although maybe a relative of some sort.
See, I see him now.
Sure.
This is the volcano.
Could have been a reincarnation of an old friend.
The sun.
Is he magical?
Yeah, I can see.
Well, that's why I was asking his first to suss him out first.
And you watch as the courts.
You're more familiar with dealing with these situations subtly, I believe.
He's just gonna laze eyes.
Holy shit.
Let me check. Is he he's gonna go on this guy. Oh, no, he's dead. Yeah, no, he's dead.
Was the guy in purple the one that did the weird smack?
Yeah. And the scout.
Nearly 3.
Internet answer.
Aspire said, what do you wish me to do now? Interrogate the man?
Do I could detect the magic?
I'm really just asking you to
Evil magic.
detect magical, maybe you have some sort of true sight to see through falsehood.
Fine.
John, I can detect his thoughts.
And you got it.
Detect his thoughts, or
She doesn't say anything for a second.
John, I'm a shape changer. I can detect his thoughts.
That man in purple is possessed by a celestial.
Jesus.
One of the
I
5.
see.
The 5?
The bro's little friends.
Could be the hammer.
Not that I cannot detect that carefully. Unless I drew blood.
Is this not a violation of like the court proceedings or something? Surely there's a rule.
You can end block.
Yeah, probably.
What is that thing doing looking at me?
You could probably ask the judge.
Don't talk about John. Oh, you're not talking about.
I was looking at you to detect the divine spirit inside you, Counselor Aldo.
We're doing this all open.
Just because I'm a halfling.
And then Counselor Carter, like the lawyers kind of quiets a little bit, but there's still all like there's no, and like one the conversation with Seth has been happening constantly over the last 10 minutes. They kind of still like rushing by. So the counselor says, "I have nothing on me. The being helps me." Starts talking to the next one.
Don't need to get pocket and
Being constantly?
Is it a strong celestial being?
Does he have white hair?
Inside shit.
He's got like a grayish blonde, so it's pretty gray at this point. There's really any blonde left. It could have been white hair, but it's just gray now. Like, yeah. But it's got
do you want me to follow him with the rest of his life?
16 since when?
You know,
Maybe we can find this.
this woman, and she instead of staying in her seat, looks really like fucking afraid, and then walks away.
I'm down to him.
And you see the councilman looks back down and says, "Why don't you mind your own business? Worry about something else other than me."
Henrik, could you go just sneak around and figure out what they're doing?
He just whispers to me.
I literally just
Walk up into.
I do that.
He smiles and lowers her head down and says, "If you are trying to cause problems, I would have to alert the authority in front of us."
Guys,
She says it's so.
I can become a little
That's the old lady in Missa and that dude that we already don't like.
I just think that something is strange if a celestial is possessing.
Why is that strange?
It
Oscar
is-
has 7 different
It
entities.
is uncommon in a land to the west, yes.
It's so weird. He's got so many.
There should be, well, if it is not uncommon and it is okay, it should be okay to ask him if it's
That'd be
happens.
fine.
No, it is not
This is
not against the
he's
rulings.
sitting there.
No, the person who he whispered to.
It could be maybe he was on the
Okay,
It wasn't the
so we should be able to ask him, shall we not?
Archmage ready that he talked to?
He whispered to the Archmage, the Antiquities half-elf. She looked really annoyed and walked to the back room. So she sat down for a second, he whispered to her after yelling at us, and then she stood up again and walked away.
You want me to follow the Archmage into the back rooms?
Wait, no, I can do that. You can say it, yeah.
No.
I need. I can help.
I'm just asking you because
Dave really wants to go in.
Rigor check.
you could sneak in.
Dave, can we trust you?
Of course you can trust me. Why would I ever lie to you?
Best friends for like solid 7 days now, which is the entire time we've been friends.
23.
I'm telling the truth.
Are you telling the truth?
I'm telling the truth.
He's telling the truth.
Look, I know you guys don't remember me because of whatever happened, but I've been with you for years.
Maybe the book has, in fact, taken some of my memories.
Look, I'm going to quickly turn into a little goblin and then race after him, okay?
You're gonna invoke chaos.
I'll turn into a little goblin.
Did you map?
Wait, I'm smaller.
What's that smaller?
No.
Okay.
Fix it.
Okay,
I need to fix it.
I'll turn into a little pixie.
Right.
Are you gonna like slap him when he does it and like end him? Are you just trying to get him to be a more vulnerable?
Go on.
You hear the purple cloaked man.
It has been ordered.
He's useful.
The tallies are in. Quiet.
We can.
And you hear him just smack his hand on the table, and it's really loud. It's also like a blanket breaking sound.
We're gonna storm the cattle.
What is David doing?
Fucking why don't you ask David? Why did you allow this doppelganger? He's literally a doppelganger, and now he's just in this role.
Make a stealth check.
Oh yeah.
Remember, you have tiny bonus. You have bonus because you're tiny.
I don't think so.
I think you do.
You actually get small.
He's a pixie.
Let's see what.
And you're
You get the bonus for your size.
The curse being something. You do not have pixie privileges, okay?
I'm a little.
Well, he's a pixie,
I'm a little halfling.
but you're a pixie.
I think. I don't know if that changes.
You're a pixie.
it doesn't really.
Ultrasound.
Pixies should be like tiny.
This is my dex factor.
Use polymorph.
Oh.
So,
Wait. Never mind.
No, I think it's
Later. Yeah, no, really strong.
I'll see how far, guys. So that would be a 16. Pretty good.
You're a big ass pixie. You're gonna be small.
And the aristocrat got a 14.
Doesn't seem.
So the purple guy doesn't notice.
a halfling-sized pixie.
You notice as you walk your arm as it's going under, gets stepped on by the elf on the other side of the table. He just like plants his foot on your arm as you're walking forward.
Oh, that's not really nice.
And for a second he just like keeps his foot pressed on your arm. And then he slowly alleviates the foot. And then you step up, and then you're behind it. You're looking down at the center and the whole room. He slowly alleviates the foot. And then you step up, and then you're behind it. You're looking down at the center and the whole room, and you're looking at this sort of staring at this elf, staring at you with almost violent urge. You can see between two fingers there's little bits of like silver magic just like spitting out of it.
Getting disintegrated.
You steal anything.
I'm not.
Get out of my face.
He's so nice. I love this one.
Wasn't trying to win it.
You see,
I just want. I love reading.
it's a plus.
He's a person.
Okay,
You got 25.
Yeah, that is a little monster.
was up to
Like
He's a doppelganger.
He'll do whole boss of that.
Monstrous humanoid. Yeah.
I don't know.
Actually, symbols don't count, and then monstrous humanoids as well. So yes.
Only 23.
So for a second, you're frozen because you're like, I don't care, and you freeze it here. Get out of here.
I'll go back down to my friends.
You don't go back down here for a second.
Yeah, I do.
Oh my god,
Stop this doppelganger.
you don't even know this is the next door, you just not see it. You just pull back on there.
Guys.
Did you?
They didn't let me upstairs.
The whole council room is now quiet, and just looking at him.
I can try it again as an orc.
You see the Sephira just looks down for the first time.
Halfling-sized orc.
And then he's gone.
She used her amazing.
What did you
And then she
do?
looks back up and says, please continue the deliberation.
I'm just gonna.
There's nothing there. Don't you feel like a piece of hair like lands on your head? Like it drifted down? Like,
Damn.
He will come back.
Is that your other character who said that?
Working out from behind her mane, he's just like in her foot.
We need to just take a recess in real life for this.
It's a Roman character.
The vote is split
Oh, great, of course it is.
50-50.
Okay.
13 votes both sides. Whoever did not perform in the council and who wasn't considered publicly in the right, the three of you vote now. This is the purple guy. Throw his little pieces of paper down at your feet.
Yo. Here you go. Here you go. Here I go.
Council, deliberate for 2 more minutes.
Okay. Guys, so, yeah, guys.
This is democracy. You can't tell us what you vote for.
No, but we can go.
That would ruin the whole thing.
Mercer says, God, this was a horrible decision. You should have said that earlier. It's so
Dave, why didn't you print off 3 papers for me?
as well.
How dare you?
Guys, I turned
Alright, so Jonathan and Verse of the King, obviously.
Jonathan
I think,
Guys, I
I think Cicero votes for Inspirus. He doesn't?
Fucker.
Okay.
She's evil and worthless.
Okay, never mind.
And she's also too confident, so.
She's too confident, that's why I did. Yeah, I'll vote for that king. Why not?
But for the
But why not Inspirus? It'd be funny. That means it makes it.
Do you have coin?
He has to decide who becomes king.
You ask
Do you have coin?
the queen, the king.
You know what? Whoever's nearest to me.
He doesn't say the queen.
Yes, our capital holds the largest amount of wealth.
See in the map now. The black coin now.
I need coin. Give me coin.
I tried to get to the map.
Hold on a sec. Coin.
There you go.
I got coin.
It's worth his silver.
Yeah, give me this stuff.
I swear the gold is lying around this gold.
You don't like the perfectly flat coin. Nothing outside.
Perfect coin.
Doesn't matter, you might as well.
Head is monstrosity.
You did quite lose. You're right.
We don't know that
It's
yet.
been decided to do
Hey, king!
Okay, it's yours.
I'll vote for king. Holy shit.
And I publicly do that.
I
That's
don't
how
want to get rolled by Brendan again. Fuck off.
Oh, great.
I'm free to fucking die a horrific death all I want. Fuck you.
You the purple man say.
I'm starving to death.
And the council has decided the king will continue to be king. And then everyone goes. Everyone just, like, there's a moment of pause. And then suddenly, noise returns, and everyone just starts to walk out of the room like this was the most nonchalant decision ever. And
Guys, we have to
everyone's also just staring at the elf who had that whole tantrum.
call a recount just to fuck with them.
I'm gonna look up the Inspirus.
I'm recounting now the purple cloakmen.
Because one of the members was actually celestial, not an actual
Oh, yeah,
person.
that is Inspirus.
Well,
Do you know what it is? This is just a call. Do you know what it is that is attacking King's Bay? Goddess of Rod. Or is it just a bunch of human necromancers?
The largest threat we believe that still is material in the material is the daughter of the goddess Persephone, or Farina, or Menot. She is the oldest and the first vampire,
You're saying this while he's out the room?
and she was freed not but a few months ago. Oh, maybe it was 8 years ago, I believe, when the first signature appeared.
You're saying that a vampire has taken the name of the goddess Farina.
She has acclaimed herself to be Death's daughter, Odysseus. Which, right, but Odysseus.
Goodman has returned. I said vampire.
You said the vampires.
Guys, I turned into a human.
you remember in Feywild Portal where you lost Smokey for a while?
I wasn't there.
The creature that they killed, the centaurs that took Smokey away, said that this was the puppet of Odysseus. The shadowed hand that ruled the world.
Vampire rule the world.
That's cool.
Does it?
Yeah, the role does play a large role in change in alignment.
Imagine being a vampire.
The decision to become unbound by death was alive for him.
Okay, but Meta, is he listening to this one?
This is quiet.
Yes, he's looking at me.
Didn't Marcus say that he seduced some vampire?
He said he woke her and then seduced her. Yes, yes.
So this is all his fault. As usual. Makes sense.
So the one that we're relying on to deal with the divine being trapped in another fable.
I remember back in Athens, that guy, he used to make all the backs. Had his son reverse and stuff.
So a vampire named herself after the goddess, and
She has used the shadows and resources
To outplay us. We were trying to make your attack with Vosk be one thing that she couldn't control while we tried to provoke her. And then when we did, the Odis attacked. And that was something we were not prepared for.
Why didn't they just tell us this?
I did tell you this when we
Not that she
started
was
on that.
vampire.
I think I know what's going on.
We started
When
this
was she freed?
Didn't they?
How long ago?
8 years or so.
8 years.
It's good enough time.
8 years.
It's not long, but
You can
to corrupt a bunch of important humans.
How was she sealed, or was she,
In a coffin, I believe. Buried by, I believe, the mother that made her. Or at least that is what religious texts tell us.
like the big witch one.
They did not tell us where she was buried. That's the rough part. That she was buried in the land where the gods, dark gods, once lived. So I'm guessing she was buried Brandt, or at the border of which we currently stand.
I do not believe that she is the goddess, but I do believe that she may be one of our priestesses.
We're gonna have to ask him about this.
I think she went delusional and thinks she is Helena herself.
So you're saying that the false Iridian or the whatever fallen Iridian that you found, Marcus, is the only information we have?
Yeah, the one in the book in the...
So we have to rely on someone to get that.
I need to go talk to the king to talk about my plan to feed the people and build up a building and set that up.
And the king will walks over to Spires as you say that and says, Spires, this was a choice for a decade. Rejecting my council's request. This choice will certainly reduce the number of supporting troops sent here by the Guardian Council and your council. At least you won't lose the...
She's like, not even speaking me out that we just right in front of her. And, yeah, that's the game. Just enjoy it. Not mad at all. What a nice person.
Literally not imagine, bro.
Are you free to return the one you call Karen Firefist to us, mind as well as body? He is a valuable resource this city might still need.
Dude, fucking.
I'm gonna stay look good.
As far as would you do us one last favor, if nothing else? Would you relinquish your control over him just until we get our city back under our own feet? His loyalty
They like leveled him up.
is remarkable. It's something to be honored. Then you hear as far as saying, you are free to decide the choices of your people. The battle you won today spoke volumes of the control you have over the city. And the near this, and the effort you will need to return it without my help. For helping until the city returns, I will return his mind to your city.
That's super nice.
That is.
I thought you were going to say, you chose wrong. You control your people.
If she won,
I control mine.
if she won,
Fine, well.
There was no help.
So,
Bye-bye!
I feel like
He's back!
the other way around.
so now King of Kings Bay once more. Could you tell me where I'm allowed to build my new church?
Jonathan, when you walk into the door, he wants you
So I
to
think we're gonna bigger.
walk into the king's.
Gonna get the materials for
Once
this.
I build this church,
He's insane. That's not
it will be able to cover up at least.
He doesn't have that magic. Necromancer.
It can fit 250 pieces for a 9-course meal. If we ration out those meals, it should be able to feed them.
4 meals per person, so half someone 500 people.
This is
4 meals.
Well, just enough, probably.
Is it 9 meals per person?
So there's
Show me
four
where the
meals for
city-
500 people. So
where
that's
the-
250.
And I will get it all set up, so
The king wants to just the door of the temple, the corner of the temple that you're in, and just points out past the main gateway of this courtyard. It says, literally anything beyond this place is all pretty much destroyed. I can just build it in as close proximity as you can to the survivors, so moving between place to place will cause less trouble. I don't want to make the final, in fact I should have a councilman here. He's back inside to talk to Councilman
Councilman here.
Easy here.
He's a hick.
I didn't
He's
know.
there at the door. He
It needs to be pronounced.
He's a
Councilman Easyhick.
No. He's a hick.
He's a
Easyhick.
apology. We're only once making what's
I require a place to build
Of course.
my building.
There's a real estate market is
Please
wide.
take me to a location of land.
What are you looking for?
I need around.
We have some places with more scenic views.
I need it very abundantly accessible, of the dimensions of 1,500 feet to 1,400 feet. By width.
Retail investiture. I know this one. Follow.
You leave the temple and walks in less than 200 feet away, and it's just like a destroyed hillside. Slide down the slope,
You can see it from every part.
and now you can see the whole pier and the coastline. And
I'm gonna run following.
Jonathan, I forgot to mention that Jonathan has stopped walking even when he entered this place and just not explained it. He's just like halfway.
He did incredibly.
Yes.
What are you talking about? How are you planning on feeding all of these people? Well, you gotta make a church.
I have told you, I am a missionary of the Church of Grace. This was my duty, and I should bring back my church.
See from around the corner of the room, the dragon, the bone dragon, just starts to
I will
slowly
be-
dismount.
You being literal?
Actually, it comes out of the ground.
Oh, you're already buried.
He buried.
Your wide bone wings stretch out.
But if you really want to know,
left.
with this new dragon body, I can excel my magic to a higher level. Far beyond what my mortal coil can do for now. I guess I should say mortal coil now.
Use it as a focus.
Yes. Of course. What is a better focus than a dragon of itself?
If you find any like corpus you're not going to use, I'd love to eat them.
He's just making great.
Please tell me more about your particular interest.
The whole group has moved through the courtyard in front of the monkey and has left the safe haven area.
Everyone else following?
Except for Ray,
How long is this gonna take?
the group has left the courtyard.
Well, I need to find the area.
I'll follow
I need to demolish the area to make sure that there's enough space for it. And then after I make sure all of the planning is set, probably around 3 hours to 4 hours.
You get trust behind you as you hear multiple horses approaching you from behind.
Are you going to?
They're actually most people. And you realize it's working.
But please come, I will have dinner ready.
I need to talk to Oscar now. Are you gonna be around for that or not? I'm just asking.
Maybe you can like.
Depends on how fast it is to find Oscar, but yes, I can be there.
I'm just gonna ask me to send him a message.
You can go to talk to Oscar. Come to the building when you see it. Don't worry, you'll know where it is. It is literally a beacon.
Can I help?
So, Mitsu,
Who are you?
Yes.
how do you feel about this verdict?
Well, that's before you.
I honestly think that the effort falls back onto us. So I
I've
am
been in the stage the whole time, didn't you?
slightly
Everything
I was
lenient to listening to the new king who's going to try and prove that you didn't do the war.
Trade secret.
This whole issue would not be an issue at all if we agreed with the Sephiroth. So now it becomes a humanitarian struggle.
So you would like to have been lazy and used the god?
I would rather the powers of the gods aid us more than we have.
Don't worry, the powers.
You know, we
Don't
are
make your
Darklands.
Oh, Necrodamus, that help you out.
This says Aldos. And you actually didn't see that elven woman return from the thing.
He's just like, no.
You watch in sort of Aldo, the overseer senator, he's not fond of the king's orders, and honestly, from listening to all of the council and the king, he's the only one who could offer nothing but his own charisma to save the city. And for that, I am surprised that 50% of the room voted for him. That is why I'm surprised.
Do you know that one of the people who voted was like a celestial inhabiting a human
He
body?
said he voted for the Celestial, so that makes sense.
Do you know anything about
Do you not think that is rigged?
Oh no, I have very.
Is it not cheating?
This is what Aldo. And you see, Aldo also like special endings.
Celestials come and go.
No, I did not know he was a celestial presence. It is not visible to me, even with my maybe less.
So how did you know that there was?
Because it was spoken in silver.
It's for said it out loud in front of everybody.
Yeah.
The him and Archmage and Antiquity have some sort of connection.
I believe that he's her direct liaison inside the city, while she's primarily in Seraphine, along with the other archmages and Doom Port, which has some smaller portion of archmages like the city does. Doom Port Farnell and Zundria. I think she's still fine. Recovers the city's assets with her. I'm sure he's just a overworked, hypocritical old man that despises my vote and his vote. I don't think he wishes to help the city recover at all. Maybe just without the wanting of the effort, like me. We are, in some small airlines, we have similar desires to not break out like this.
Southpoint politics. Jonathan suddenly becomes a Pathfinder in the city after he builds these churches.
Picture enough any army or
Resource, while temporary, he's actually still the most valuable resource in the industry.
Yeah, he doesn't have the ability to defend himself except he has like all the food, so.
yeah, and then the humans are gone, and they'll come and steal your food, and they'll kill you, and they'll be like, oh wait, why is there food left?
Having go broke out salt later and we'll do it again.
Yeah, and then they do the same thing every day. Anyway,
Then you cut off any attempt to reformat the supply lines.
You make a conversation, you walk back in, and you ask me, so, yes, I can contact Oscar. Tell me what you want him to hear.
Just ask him what he's doing. Just tell him that I'm gonna come over, I guess.
Maybe ask him if he's seen my Pathfinder, Oscar.
Forgive me, this is a landline chamber, so no magic signals can leave. Let us walk out of the chamber.
Useful.
The Sephra, not that any of you were here for it, she literally phased into the building as if stone didn't exist. She didn't teleport, she just Waterfront. Jonathan, I want to come on that. From a horizontal view above the small 30-foot tall fortress walls of the perimeter of the fortress stronghold, what does the resurrection of your castle look like from a distance? Starts with the blue glow.
So immediately,
They're looking at this, they've got a wall separating the ground, so they can only see once it reaches above 20 feet.
from 5 distances away,
Yeah.
you see a giant dragon lifting its wings as a blue fire starts beginning to glow through its body. It starts to breathe out
Looking really close to it.
as the ground starts to rumble, as slowly growing a blue flame with a metal pole, because it phases through, but you can't be harmed when it starts off.
Nice.
So immediately the building starts to grow around you as you fall through the floor.
It's killing each other.
As
It's a Gothic style.
As a Gothic style church. Well, not church. What is it called? It's Gothic style cathedral begins to grow from the ground. As lanterns grow from the ground of a blue flame, as cemetery stones appear in the courtyard, growing with a bed and grass. Inside the building, seeds begin to grow as a statue of this weird, strange motherly goddess, with her head covered in a cap, holding what seems to be a lantern, shining light, upon halves growing to grab her in pitch black, ebony black obsidian. Staircases begin to grow from the ground, rounding this area as the roof begins to grow massive, reaching on to at least 200 feet off the ground.
How tall is that front statue of Farina with the lantern?
Farina is about
100 feet?
Yeah, it's about like 120 to 100.
120 feet.
The giant statue is surrounded as a podium begins to appear, what seems to be a speaking area. A red-like carpet grows through, as beside the staircases, candles begin to show up and glow the way.
Paul will start floating in the room.
Chandeliers begin to grow down from the top as the chairs all begin to line up.
Smokey and his children are watching a immense structure with things, including furniture, emerging also from the ground, forming out of the rubble and stone.
As paintings, suits of old ancient armor with strange designs begin showing up with nameplates and plated in gold written down, and on the walls starts to be getting carvings of random, what you can't really read because you don't know the language.
Can't read.
You see a bunch of scribbling of strange symbols written on the walls, starting being written everywhere. Welcome to the devious Mustang.
As your dragon form, are you still a gargantuan dragon, or has the form changed?
He's still in the dragon form.
So the giant dragon body speaks with a kind of calm, normal, regulated, relevant voice.
As a dragon, he's big enough to just stand. Right? Yeah, he's a skeleton.
Dragon.
Cool. Drive himself the necromancer.
Well, let's go now.
You see that dragon was swallowed by the building. It seems to just like press the ground.
The giant doors to the entrance, as they begin to open, you notice from the graves, 40 glowing figures begin to glow and grow
Drift out of the way.
as they then start to fly into the building.
Spirits emerge from the edges of the cathedral. They just drift through you. You feel a cold sensation touch you, pass through you. The daughter just swings her tail at first and then starts kicking. Nothing happens.
Welcome to my church.
Impressive.
spirit sound and whispers of voices inside.
And from far away, you'll see just a glowing light. So in the building, but if you're not going over there, you'll see a glowing beacon of blue flame on the very top of this building, high up.
So a blue ambience fills the perimeter of the visible edge of the city of Monkey and fills your entire periphery. This enormous.
And after that, it's found informed. You notice it's all sound. Jonathan will unfuse the dragon.
What's up?
Oh my god, Jonathan. Your magic. It can create this entire building of these ghostly apparitions. But you couldn't fix my son?
I think your son.
Look at him!
He's ugly now.
He has 2 legs, and he's not the right color.
Well, we got OMENS.
You can go ask the elves. They should be able to help with that. You want the change to change race.
Come on, Dad, I can go ask the elves.
But I'm also a necromancy specialist.
That's how you built the building.
I don't know how we would expect you to.
The walls made of bone.
Well, the walls are made out of the original design of this building. It was made at this town of Torga, I guess it was called.
Can't you use your necromancy to bring back my son's original body?
I use my necromancy to bring back this building.
Cool. What's the difference between a building and a living being? Not much. They both exist.
I could create a body that resembles your son. But I don't know. What, you want me to make your son possess the body to live in?
You've messed with souls before, and you were in my son's body for a good while, and then you destroyed it.
Look, he has a natural body, and I don't think you want your son to be unnatural life.
I don't want him to be an orc. I hate orcs. You better look at him. I don't mean that stuff.
His son will live forever.
First, you should talk with the elves. They will have a safer way to fix your son.
What do they ask for payment I cannot give?
But for the most extreme measure, I could create him an undeaf body that looks like your son. But it will not be the same.
It will be a horse.
Will being undead make me unable to eat?
His appetite goes out of control since he went into an orc body.
I want to eat.
Right, you haven't eaten in a while. Well, come to the cafeteria and eat there. But you know, if you're undead, you would have to be eating rotten food.
Oh, I don't want to eat rotten food, Dad.
It's fine. Maybe the orc
I want to eat raw food.
Alright. Well, so, Jonathan leaves the group. On the side of the statue, he walks left, all the way to the side, and goes past the statue in the back as he leads everyone behind. And there seems to be just a large room with what seems to be a desk with the ghost preparing food. And seating and tables.
There's more ingredients kind of hanging from the roof. You know, herbs drying out from the ceiling, just and being there the whole time. You think, well,
Not in the kitchen area, but
yeah, true. One of the far side of the wall of these buildings is one where the others go, just out high off the ground, airflow.
if you look in the back, there'll be also the garden of Farina from the windows that you'll see, which would be a giant old tree that looks a bit like a willow tree. And you'll see these strange flowers that you remember seeing in the book.
There's dead trees and dead flowers.
So the willow tree doesn't make that. It's just no, it does not.
Are you a druid as well? How do you make living plants and trees?
It is a part of the spell.
What are you, a necromancer?
It is the ancient tradition to follow this woman.
Dad, I think he's lying. You could probably make me a new body and put me in there.
You know, I promised something last time, but we do fail to save my son. I've held off on that promise, but...
He said he would kill you.
No, I didn't bet David.
I'll play you did.
I said I would eat you.
Same thing.
I don't remember you saying that.
You were right there, in my son's body.
Every single day.
But looking at all this, and all the feats you can achieve with magic, creating living trees and flowers,
So much better.
I'm not sure what to believe.
Well, I'm definitely not as strong as I was in the past.
Does that matter?
Well, a little bit does. I also need a laboratory.
The magic one up like this cathedral.
Yes, in the laboratory upstairs.
Perfect.
Whoa.
You know, there are some dead centaurs. As before, what if you just use one of them and make it alive again and put my son in that?
As I said, it will be undead.
You can pick a tree. I don't know. That way it'll be alive.
The trees and plants are not real.
You watch as Loki's son and Loki's daughter both slowly just start to like walk away. Slowly.
They smell food and they're going to
They literally realize that this argument probably won't end, and they're just slowly pulling themselves away. You're now left just to hear the distant clopping of your daughter walk away.
That's so sad though. Like imagine your father being like, hey, I don't like you because that little ghost guy came into your body and destroyed it and turning them on. That would be such a sad way to live your life.
You would feel the same if your son was suddenly a murderous beast who enslaved people.
I would just transform.
I'm not going to address that.
Who is this person?
Better David. He's been with us since school. If you remember, you can see in the back of your mind.
You can now start to see as Jonathan was walking, and you guys are inside, you start to see about 6 or 7 people just wandering from outside, walking in. Because this is a huge structure to appear suddenly, and while you haven't told people to enter, there are people that are way too curious to attempt.
Just imagining a line of your 40 ghosts, each will clear through to recommend to the cafeteria.
There would be one of the ghosts in front. Just
Most of the ghosts are just in the cafeteria space, just back and forth around.
Why don't you make yourself a ghost? You're like, fly out, and that would be good. My name is David, I'm the doctor. What? Yes, I didn't know the whole time. Look, now I'm your son. Hello, Papa. Look, now I know your son. Hello. I'm not joking.
I'm not going to address this.
What?
Isn't your automatic response usually to kill them?
No, we're friends.
Once it eaten.
I was literally on the
That's so cat.
8 things that are annoying to involve.
I'm not. You should.
He imitated your son. How do you feel?
We used to be best friends. I was on the ship with you. I was literally on the road.
Yeah, remember you were on the ship. Like, remember you also got on the ship.
And I remember you on the ship when you came to Oka with me.
Yeah, we returned to Irik outside of the walls.
Remember that time when I was in the ship?
That's right.
You guys watch an enormous structure emerge and a double blue glow emanate.
I'm not watching this cringe.
This will walk you to the front, so that would be visible, so you could communicate with us.
Yeah, I found that too.
John spawned the thing. Good.
Holy shit!
And so ignores you for a second to the chat and then
It's
go back.
incredible.
Or if it was the sperm, you want to
Sending? Why are you asking me?
That is true. He did ask you to send what content?
Just tell him to not go into
Where is he? Is he alive?
his next
What is
book, I
he?
assume. Don't go into the book until I get there. I need to ask Marcus some things.
Silver twine comes between his fingers, puts a hand through the head, starts to faint glowing like a silvery, faint white aura. Oscar, please do not touch the book. Your friends will be there in time. The reading inside the book, Marcus, has information that they have uncovered is necessary and will require investigation. Hold your position. And that is a perfect place for us to cut.
Just off on the floor, those restless legs.
I was going to take about 2 hours from when he leaves the party, 2 hours before the current scene in time.
Time travel.
Right now. So, about 3/4 of the way to this Hansford's temple, you hear whispers in your mind, and then Vincent's voice. You were just dashing, sprinting, you were still heading in the direction. As you leave and bound, you hear Vincent say, the group is coming. And you also hear Territorial speak in your ear. One after the other. Vincent first meets with her. He says,
Ever since we reached the last island with the warren to a new world, I noticed my tether on reality got stronger, but inside the book itself it felt waning. Yet when we reached the final isle, I could feel it as strongly as I did near a millennia ago. The goddess who brought me back the first time might be giving me strength in the place where it is truly needed. That can only mean that what is on the other side of that warren, that gate in the book, is his trap we're crawling into.
he whispers that to you after you leave, as you are darting and dancing along the rooftops of broken buildings. Wood beams which you carry around, metal spikes which you avoid. You see an occasional... Yeah, you can.
Just saying. Sure, I need a rest first.
It's also to you. There's rest needed for you, but that's all I can see.
Not an appropriate move.
And it's less than an hour later that you arrive at the mostly intact fortress-like structure of the Hesperus Temple. You arrive and it's quiet. Who's left to balance their wall?
It was David the God. And someone else.
David and Saul, but they both got basically got the children back. So it's empty, and you're alone. And it's quiet.
And more than you understood the book, but some understood magic.
As you walk into the chamber to find a spot to sit far enough away that you still got eyes on it, you notice with the shrine at the back kind of broken and crumbled into pieces across the main foyer, the rubble that surrounds the sigil, the almost infernal 5, the pentagram shape, which allowed you to get into the book. You notice that the 5 candles that were placed in position to each of the points of that pentagram, 4 of those candles remain. One is completely squished, trodden on by what looks like the boots or boot prints of a traditional invention. David? But then
No such things.
you notice, surrounded by those, what should be in the center of those 5 candles, is that book. Now no longer there, and what is only there is a crumpled, almost charred piece of paper, surrounded by those carved inscriptions of abjuration and conjuration. But now there's no book.
Lol.
You got the paper?
You could have seen this coming.
You observe on one side it is almost impossible to get any detail, but on the other it's like it's ripped off the corner of a map. Grab it. One side almost fully blackness. Small scribbles in a handwriting that invites you to believe it is drawn with someone's blood, despite how impressively cursive it is. And on the other side, which is mostly the remains of the map, you see it is circled in blood the location of your safe house in the Lamented Pier. And the text itself reads, "Can we talk now? Question mark. Leave the blades out of this, and you can have the book after we chat."
He'll crumple it up, put it in his pocket, and then just go to the wall to sit down and take a bit of a rest.
Sit, breathe for a second.
I also place a shield on the table because it's heavy.
Totally.
And light.
You notice the very back of the room where that shattered sculpture was. It was actually some sort of a lower hatch leading down to a lower chamber, and given 5 seconds of investigation, you realize that it's a sewer hatch. It's an actual entrance from underneath the temple into cordoned off part of the sewer, which looked to be kind of like a refuse pile for just dumping. But obviously it leads into the sewer in a very slimy way, so things have been up again in the map, probably. You take a moment to rest. If you try to take a full rest now, in this spot?
He'll just start with a short rest, but yeah.
Okay.
Not real.
Yeah. When we come back,
It isn't, you're right.
Fake rest.
we come back to the blue globe. To the mixer.
Blue globe.
Telling you that he understands.
Talkative mood.
Heard the message. So, are you going to go to him like you said you were going to?
You should be going to announce personal.
It's really bad.
Is Bruce still in there?
Inspirus isn't there, and you notice walking past you, there is a. Well, he's already walked into the chamber around you. Well, you were also talking, you had your back. A figure moved past you and moved past Ray. White hair with a pauldron, sheathed longsword at the waist. Walked into the chamber, kind of the back of Inspirus.
Let's follow him.
We'll walk back to the chamber.
Kill him.
Yeah. You notice the purple figure is actually like walks past him before he reaches the Sephra, and then you watch he kind of does a physical trail around the Sephra and walks to what looks like the side area, some sort of like kitchenette space on the side where you notice the king is hanging around predominantly. He just walks into that chamber, so out of eyesight.
You see that?
I saw the figure. No.
Who is he? What is he?
This white hair, so maybe the figure.
You see white hair? I didn't see white hair. Oh, okay. Well, let's go. We can sneak after him. Right? You can sneak, right? I can't sneak.
I mean, if you want to stay here, I can probably.
No, I'll go. Wait, do you want to stay here? You can stay if you want.
Well, I was just gonna say you can stay here and I'll go get killed, and then.
We could both go get killed. Okay, yeah.
Because I'm probably faster than you.
Okay, yeah. We'll both go get killed. We need to break through the sword.
Bruce. Okay, you also went that way. Thanks for the information. Good luck with whatever you're doing.
I could sense his presence if he was here. I do not.
Maybe his brother.
So you walk into the side channel with Ray.
I've run.
You run!
Run!
Just look out, Ray! Stab there. So see the key is pretty close to the entryway, and you just obviously like shoulder speed past.
Sorry, dude. This is a chaotic Oscar.
And you see that there's a wood room. It's only like a wooden kettle or like some sort of potentially wax canteen jug. And it's like, just like looking behind him at the man and looking back to you as you rush into the room. Because he took the secret doorway. I don't know how he knows what that is. So you walk in, and then you realize that it's kind of like half clogged, but it lifts up and it's like this, and it is basically a sliding wall of brick that leads to a small narrow stairway which leads up to this top floor here. And then you realize white-haired figure as you enter this top chamber here is gone. It's obviously not here. This is not here. But you notice that the Elven Archmage of Antiquities, half elven, so to speak, is slumped against what looks to be some sort of corner dummy in the top floor of this chamber. Eyes showing bleeding from the edges of her face.
He read her script.
Shit.
You see, she's honestly dummy. She's about 5 feet away from the dummy.
Oh, okay. She didn't get that.
Slumped against the wall, yeah.
Oh, God.
Archmage, are you alive? Are you breathing?
Yes, of course I'm alive.
Did Oscar read you a thing from a script?
Who is Oscar?
Did a person read you a ritual?
No?
White hair?
No, why am I on the floor?
You're bleeding.
Get up. What happened?
The same thing that happened to a cleric.
I'm rushing around the room trying to find her.
Rush around the room. The room is vacant. There's a small chest in the corner.
Is there any other exit to this room?
How did you get in here?
Is there any other exit to this room?
There's only one. It's the basement enters the exit. The entrance. I'll let you know.
So he teleported or something. Well, maybe he just isn't real, and we're seeing things. Are we going crazy?
Man.
In Spruce, you can see from like the corner here, there's a tiny little
Why are we gonna
Why is there a secret room to a dunny?
Why do you see Oscar? She yells through.
Why do you see us?
Because I can see through the crack in the wall.
That's kind of weird.
Lady, you're an archmage. You're not a cleric.
I had divine ability, yes.
Do you have now?
Give me a moment.
Oh my gosh.
tries to basically cast magic and hear a whispering elven incantation, which is basically a small ceremony of renewal.
I feel nothing has worked. My mind is not clear. I can't use my power anymore.
Well, feel better.
L.
Oh, God damn it. Old lady, surely you remember something. Is it?
You created it.
I just have forgotten everything that just happened.
I can't do it, bro.
The last thing I remember is the sound of metal studded boots or something. Like a metal click.
I didn't decide anything.
You honestly didn't hear that when Ben lost you.
Okay. What did Aldo say to you that made you angry and earlier?
Oh, Overseer said Alden.
Yeah.
He said my vote was pointless. And that I was supposed to be. He told me to stay in the back room, and I listened to him. And she's looking at herself like, why did I follow his instructions?
Might have been shown.
Like you look at it.
Okay, well, your wisdom and experience will be helpful or something. I don't know.
Find him or
We need to
something.
we need to kill that guy.
So the person who told her that, okay, where is he?
I don't know.
Where is
It's
he?
worse. It's getting worse rapidly.
Go back out. There's a woman there. This person can already see you just like walk around, walk over to the table, she's there.
I run. Pull the
You like,
Oh, I have to. You're falling that way.
It's going down around stealing everybody's divinity.
The Oscar that isn't Oscar.
Oscar has a scroll for it. I don't know. I mean,
Here's your boss.
Who was his accomplice?
Older.
The senator.
Yes, the senator.
Is that the one that was like not human, but human?
Has a celestial inside of him. Maybe he is inside of. Maybe Oscar is the celestial inside of him. Is it very wet?
Well, yeah, I guess that's good. He's a
Yes, in the
celestial.
building when you were rushing in.
How?
He was entering the courtyard out the front when you went into it.
Oh no, I'm all running.
We're pretending like we're not like physical specimens.
Yeah, but you're faster than me, so I have to exert myself a little lot.
you notice that faint line of
medium.
moving down into this like
I love getting sucking good Jason. Let's go. Come
This
on.
guy, you actually obviously you've had enough to it.
Purple fucker.
Raises so Ray
Tackle him.
like losing sight of him, turns the corner and
As you get
I'll stand it up.
trip.
you realize that for a kind of wider plump guy, to move between a less than 5 foot wide space looks at first difficult, but then you realize like it's just your body slightly maybe, and then just kind of like slightly slid into this narrow.
Wow.
You catch up to him and you look through that little thing and you see no one, but you can see that everything around that one sphere is crammed with people. There are probably a dozen or so people just in this one building, yelling and talking about food and swapping items.
This is not your fault.
But as you look through that little tiny little alleyway, 5 foot wide, something, you do not see big man.
This is all Felix's fault for saying that there is a second life, and that's how we can solve that. So it's on you.
True. It is all Felix's fault.
Do you follow him through the cracks of the doorway? You
Really sure how did you get in?
and then by the time Ray notices, you can see Emmerich has basically just like lost sight. There's no purple fabric. There's 6 or 7 more alleyway connections from where you are, and he was moving faster than you would expect for such a big man, and for him to take a little alleyway move seems unnecessary and kind of random for him to be doing it, unless he knew he was being chased.
Impossible.
Can I use since we don't have investigation, perception for investigating?
Yeah.
That is investigation.
Yeah, so perception is investigation.
How do you do that?
I look to see if there's any fabrics that might have been stripped off him while he was rushing through the 5-foot crevice.
Like more time.
Hey, thanks for stopping it all of a sudden.
Yeah, no problem. I did on purpose.
30.
Okay. You notice that there is, like, basically, not connected to the alleyway itself, but right next to the alleyway, there are like these little hooks that are kind of high up, basically where they would be holding meats or sort of ingredients. And you realize this is
and he's
sort of like
dead hook.
this is also like food placement with these little hooks on the outside. You can see a small, like, it's not a whole chunk of fabric, it's a tuft. like the hook grabbed it and just hooked out one or two threads of the fabric.
A clue! Let's go this way!
Let me go through my 27 magical items to see if I can scrounge a little far.
Find scramble the motherfucker.
You should not go haste potion.
Oh, I know.
What's the point?
Fucking. Let's go. Insightful question, I'll agree.
Is it like a minute long?
Is it? Oh shit, is it? Fuck. It might be. It probably is. If it's a minute, it's too much. Never mind.
It's like this.
I'm running down that alley.
There's 3 alleyways connected, so you
Connected to the area?
to the little corner that you just walked through there. So 3 little alleyways. One obviously leads you right back around to this place, and the other 2 lead you further out into the city.
We gotta split up. You go that way, I go this way.
Sure.
Apparently not.
No, we saw you got like cloth thing.
Wait, yeah, was the cloth on any specific alleyway?
Well, it was right on the alleyway you just basically watched him dart into.
So it doesn't tell us any.
You are. Yeah.
Okay, so we saw him come down here, and we have proof that he came down here.
That's right.
We should go down there.
There are 2 technically, only 2 alleyways.
Yeah, but like we went down there, and it's like, do we go straight, right, and left, right?
Yeah.
Left is useless. We go straight and right. You go right, I go straight.
Who's going straight and right? Right?
You know what? You move faster. You go straight out of it, right?
You're expecting to hear some sort of sounds of you being, pursuing a target. That target should be running. Can't hear it. Eric, as you run, you heard in the very far distance this like like someone got winded out of breath, something like that. Really quiet in the distance. And then as you dart for about an extra 30 seconds, you find a short, stout boot.
Use the boot.
Smells leather.
Use my brain to detect if someone's looking at me.
Somebody's looking at you.
When I cast locate, someone might cast
You locate that there is a basically destroyed building with roof, like, what's it called? Hexagonal railing guards for a window. With that little, like, outstretched railing. You don't see the creature, but you get the idea that it was just there 2 stories up, looking down at you, less than 20 feet away. Like, potentially something just yanked that guy up onto the 2nd floor somehow.
An entrance to this building? Can I climb up there?
You spend less than 30 seconds and you find the door. The door is like solidly.
Is this a climbable building for me?
Yeah. Yeah, for you it's climbable.
By the way, since I found a dead end, right?
You find a dead end.
Yeah, I double back and then follow where
Full sprint.
because I'm like, this is useless.
No, yeah, no, totally. You basically only spent 45 seconds running in a direction until you find the dead end. You reach the wall through the edge of the city, walk back around quickly, don't walk, you sprint.
I run.
Start back.
I run.
What device is Eric using? Is it
Escape. My reading is good.
cool? Okay, so the faintest glow of like a silver light emerges from the hand of Eric far down in that dark alleyway.
This is a climb or acrobatics?
Acrobatics for sure. I'm going to hold you to do it.
Good at these.
Good at
Unless I roll shit as I've been rolling shit for the last 30 sessions. 23.
You get up, it takes you only 15 seconds. 15 seconds, that creature's moved back 30 more feet back into the chamber that you were about to basically land on.
Was it just one person?
So far that you're able to take, yeah, one person.
Okay.
And you hear this, and as you, like, body yourself up, swing, do a little pirouette, land, you're looking, there's white hair, curls, kind of like unkempt, and it is behind that short, stout, purple figure. One hand is over the mouth. Of the purple figure, the creature behind it, the taller one, has that interesting Oscar
visual look, but he's just a little different. Little square jaw.
Is it life?
Yeah, it is like.
Oh my god, so much effort.
And you see from behind, he's got one hand over the purple Roman man. You see him raise one of the fingers over the mouth, basically over the mouth of the creature he's holding.
So I came over like a railing?
Yeah, you came basically onto a balcony precipice. And then you're able to explore.
What's it made out of?
It's reinforced with metal, but it appears to be wood frame.
I'm gonna take my knife out and just grind it along the metal to make a really loud noise.
And that is actually what Ray notices. You notice any little bits of metal sparks higher up on the street, second story, from your perspective as you've been running down, only 200 feet away. So you thought,
Hey, is the fuck out here? Oh, okay, I need to go around, I can't really climb up. I can give it a try. I can't use acrobat. No, acrobatics. No, dead.
I thought you were good at climbing strength based.
Oh, wait, yeah, climb I can do. I can't do acrobatics.
Is there, so what's in this room? Is it like a door next to the
it's a pretty dark chamber, looks rectangular in size, looks to take up
You can't fail this. What's your plus?
8, so it's 9.
So 9, okay. So it just takes you a while, that's all. It takes you like 30, 40 seconds to climb.
Oh, wait, no, 11.
Okay.
Because I did more.
Okay, this wasn't 10 DC, so it's still going to take you 30 seconds.
So 3 rounds to non-die, brilliant. Mine rolling.
36. You
Knife. What's going on here, buddy?
You see he is holding something that is basically invisible to you with the other hand. It's obviously jammed against the back of this guy. He's hiding it from you, or using it to press this. You see the grey hair, purple robe of the senator is looking at you with kind of an abject fear, but also like a weird glaze over his eyes.
Honestly, I just want to talk. I'm glad you're alive. Wish it were the best circumstances. Are you a person, or is this a revenant sort of situation?
Do I you? He talks with all of the mannerisms that you heard Leaf speak like twice. So, it's Leaf.
Do you remember why you're here in the city?
Yes.
Do you remember? I guess you don't remember meeting me like 2 days ago. Well, you met me up ages ago, but do you know what Oscar's doing these days? Do you notice 2 of them?
You see who like blows a bit of hair out of the side of his face.
Slowly step forward. This whole time.
Good job. Oscar's certainly to do.
So, steal divinity from a bunch of clerics?
He's not really divine, he's possessed.
Well, not this guy, obviously. I don't care about that guy.
Oh, to steal divinity. Yeah.
Okay.
That was the instruction.
That's really rude. We sort of needed that for the city.
So does my brother.
What's he gonna use it for?
His business.
Do you know his business?
I know why he thinks he needs all this power, but I don't know if what he will want to do will work. It doesn't really matter.
Trick question, his business is a bar.
There's nothing I can absorb out of this fella in here.
Oh no. My guy.
He's still standing upright and just being held by a mouth.
Is there a squishy noise or just...
This is a little sound.
Are you just following him because of the loyalty, or is it a charm sort of situation? He died and came back to life, in case you didn't know. Emery. Cicero.
What?
Alright, you can drop the dude. He's not an effective hostage, I don't care about him.
You hear like one more time, and then you see him
drop the hand from the mouth, and you watch the body just fall.
Yeah. I'm sure he has some useful version.
You can't walk anymore.
Wow. You got a lot more competent than the last time I saw you. In fact, Ray's up at this point, surely.
Ray is now up, yeah. Ray climbs up.
Ray, this is Oscar's brother. Leif.
Hello.
Do you remember him?
You remember me? Do I know you?
Do you remember the Augustine boy that got brought into your bar?
Oh yeah. Oh yes, you were in the yes. I remember now.
You see over the whole thing, he was obviously very quiet. There's like a little shadow over his face, just from the dark edge of the room that you're in, and you look at the little blade that's lighting up, so it's kind of giving him some color. But you've been watching his face kind of just become slack when you're trying to bring up memories of what you've experienced seeing him in. And then every time he seems to focus back in, he just looks aggravated and confused.
I don't remember you,
Fair enough.
but I'm not a fan of
Cecilia. Sister. You remember your sister that all?
Takes one moment, very slowly.
Okay. She's back there. She's not an oracle anymore. You're the two Oscars, yes. We're gonna need you to come with us. Are you gonna find us?
Take me to my sister.
Sure. Okay.
Where is she?
She's back in the temple court.
Okay.
Last time I saw her, she's probably got kidnapped. Never mind.
Okay. Don't tell him that.
You know what Erica is? She's also doing devious things. Do you have the scroll on you?
She split off from me,
Great.
Is that his other?
and the scroll is hidden. Not that you know where to find it.
Which scroll?
But yeah, you're right, it's hidden.
The ritual thing.
Yes, the scroll that lets you steal divinities and things.
Alright, come on.
Ritual thing.
We're going out the balcony way.
I think he's stuffed upstairs. Oh yeah.
You both go out first. I'll follow you.
Whispers in my ear.
Never mind, let's go through the doorway instead. I'm just gonna walk up to him. Pull my knife away. I can pull this out really fast, just letting you know. Even if you kill me, we'll cut you in half an
I
hour.
can also pull mine out as like fast. I will walk with you as well.
Around him.
You walk on his other side, and I'll be on his left.
You walk through. It's a doorway that actually leads to the downstairs stairway, and then that leads out.
Yes.
So he comes back from
It like almost falls off the hinges, but it holds. And then you
Take out the shit.
pretty much as Ray's the last one to leave, Imrica was the first.
Okay,
You watch
first.
as the kind of clone of Leif, or Leif that you know, just takes 2 seconds. You hear some sort of like faint fuzz, like, and then you hear this thunderous crack sound, and you don't even notice, but now you see the senator on the ground. His neck is like 85-degree bent, and you can see now bone protruding from the neck.
Is that like behind us?
So, you were kind of like right next to him, so you didn't even see an attack. But somehow he goes from being paralyzed on the ground, groaning slightly, to now his neck is snapped and his head is bent.
Oh, that's what's, that
I
looks.
forgot he was there. I was about to abandon him. And
Yeah, me too. That's like similar to what I can do.
Hold on a second. I'm just gonna let him real quick.
Couch on one side. Couch on another.
He was a monstrosity, so fair enough. Well,
There's also like eye gem, like amulet totem on his chest.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna throw one of the gold pouches, or whatever, one of the pouches here.
Leif starts to walk with you.
no, you should keep it.
No, I already have one. Do you not have money on you?
Well, yeah, I have money. It's just I do not need the blood money.
I believe that was, and Leif starts to walk with you guys here. I believe that was one of the 5 Council of Coin members, or what they call the Nameless One, where I come from.
Are they evil?
They possess with them the oldest
living Isaurian dictator.
Oh, Saurians. Oh, they're crazy. Never mind. I'll take this. Well, not that. I'll take one of the gold pouches because they're bad people.
Oscar, make sure that you knew the orders were to kill them.
Oh.
Then try them for no.
Are you going to kill John?
Hell yeah. Who's John?
Let's go. What about David?
I killed him. He's gonna leave his like taking a 20-foot wolf behind you and just like slowly. He's there and he's walking up with pace, but he's not shoulder to shoulder.
I'm within 5 foot of him the entire time. I'm ready to knock him the fuck out.
Are you gonna stealth strike him to cut his tendons?
Well, no, I only need to do that if I know he's gonna run.
Now, I want both of you to make me. Actually,
because there's no way to undo it.
What is your CMDs?
Your clerics don't do it.
Right, but he'll fall unconscious.
CMDs ridiculous.
What do you think? Oh fuck! Is it +1 per level?
No. It's your
Okay, I should have did.
and plus your BAB plus your dex plus strength.
Would it have changed over 2 levels?
Yes. Your BAB goes up by 1 every time.
So I just need to plus this by 2. 22.
19.
Okay. Jesus, why are you so bad?
By the time back,
Your meat guy was 133.
Why is it
working?
So, what you bring in?
22? I mean, this might be.
Oh, yeah, plus 5 dex now.
You are standing within 5 feet, and you notice Ray, you're more than happy for you to make
No, yeah, continue.
I'm more than happy for you to make an attack on him. He is using an ability, which is granted to him by a dark entity.
Sick.
Because I rolled 29 total, if I beat your CMDs by more than 5,
23, I think.
so
like 20 feet ahead as well.
You're all beaten by one.
you're just beaten by 5. You also treat it as being completely unaware of your presence for the purposes.
So you have no idea.
Sick.
Yeah, so basically he uses the ability, this is as a swift action, so very good action. You, Ray, are able to notice him more or less literally start to disperse into shadow as it's really late at night and there's no light in this street. You want to make an attack.
Attack of opportunity, yes.
Mm-hmm. More like a held action attack. You are walking along this guy to fucking love it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Got him.
He's your brother! He's your brother!
Next time I see him, I'm instantly captured.
This most likely hits. So let's see. I will grab up.
Really, really unbelievable attack before, but he probably got a level up. So.
Okay, here we go. This is. Activate that. And. Are you within 10 foot? No? Perfect. Plus 23. 35.
25 to hit, that hits.
Nice. Unluckily it didn't crit, but that's okay. Why am I rolling a d20?
You definitely did that.
Dude, imagine it was a
D20
d20.
damage? I think you got it.
So please take 30 damage.
Oh, God. Pretty bad. Okay, so by the time it looks back, you realize there is basically a hand and a large, spray of blood that just coats the floor, along with literally a hand.
And he's gone.
And he's gone. And he's gone.
Okay, well, we have his hand at least. I don't know what we're gonna do with this hand.
You should probably still have a look at us now.
What?
Well, it's not been more than 70 minutes.
It has not been more than 7 minutes.
Fucking Jack, dumbass.
That's a great point. Unaware of your presence from just observation, then your magic kicking in, you realize he's darted
up the side of the building
Why?
with one arm, just like ninja jumps.
Yeah.
And now he's rooftop jumping.
When is he? What?
Explosion.
I'm fast now. Yeah.
Okay. No, you are literally faster than
I'll see if I can get out
it takes you 15
Take
seconds.
his fucking legs off.
Takes you 15 seconds out of your 10 rounds, so like two and a half rounds. You hit your third round and you call up with it.
Okay. Slow as a killer.
Okay. Okay.
Oh yeah, also do your lowering his AC. In your head. Well, I can off his movement speed as well.
Roll reflex save.
Reflex save for.
This is fucked up. This is fucked up.
Fortunately, it's for. That's like a level 4 character.
I don't know why I rolled so
I hope
bad.
so.
It should go better.
So I'll do non-lethal, but I will do perfect vulnerability. So it's a touch attack.
Reflex plus 6. So 24.
I don't even bother fucking rolling dice. 4 plus.
That's fine. He can't escape you.
Yeah, it's true, but I can't sneak attack him anymore. So. 17 minus 4, so 13. It's touch AC level.
Touch AC. His touch AC is 13.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
But that was on lethal, that's why I was.
I mean, he's
the
not really like heavy plate. He's mostly this.
I'm not level 9 yet, am I?
We'll beat. You're gonna fucking
I should kill him.
I'm not level 9 yet, am I?
Turn him into mince meat.
It was so good until it was average.
I am quite worthless.
Great job.
And as you were holding that hand, by the way, you realized there was a ring with a tiny brain on it.
Brain? Like metal or like stone or like.
It looked like a gemstone, but then you realized on the inside of the stone there was like sci-tech, like
What the fuck? Detect magic?
basically like it looked like a polished brain in the stone.
Do we?
Yeah. That's what it is, probably.
Oh.
Or like protection against mind shit.
I wonder if this is cursed.
Protection. 29%.
Yeah, only one way? No.
I find out.
And you realize that this guy is probably on the verge. You were watching him start to slide down like roof tiles. Like he's not able to control his own fall anymore. You're about to start watching him do a tumble roll, but then he catches himself basically on the lip gutter of a roof tile. And you can just see his hand. One hand is just like hanging on the edge of the roof. You could be killing, he's got one hand, he's not really able to
That was dumb, Leif, but not unexpected.
And he watch the hand. You look down.
I throw myself down there.
You go down fast. You realize that there was something down there that grabbed it. 6 foot long crab-like claws.
Oh shit.
And Cthulhu-like 10
What the fuck?
True aberration creature. And you see leaves just on the ground with like blood leaking out of his body. Literally like it cushioned his fall, but he's still laying down. He's like, can't be out of here. He's not talking to you. It's your turn, what do you do? He summoned it, that was his turn.
He's still conscious.
Looks like he's bleeding out, but conscious. Conscious enough that he's not even looking at you, he's just trying to.
So I went down that way next to this aberration thing.
Yeah, you're in 5 feet away.
Kill it. I'll pull out my own knife and I'll just stand away from the chest.
Bring your hands to your feet.
Yeah,
He's prone too, which means 0.
I do have.
I would say it's your full round because you did have to jump down 2 people.
Okay. Sure.
So you just got 1.
No, you take 5 foot take the full damage. Take the 5 foot
damage
and then 4
I got you guys. Yeah, we try to fight.
33.
Oh, you will learn.
I'll take
Alright, yeah. You go 4 rounds.
Yeah, my first attack was 17 now.
17
It's
misses.
late against left. So 17, I rolled a 6.
There's also a problem.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. That's 2. What? 21 to hit.
What's the movement where you're not willing?
14 points of damage.
Okay.
Falling
Let's just actually
doesn't count as movement because it's not
Like lacerating the other thigh, just like.
That's funny.
He's holding on.
Bitch!
This guy is
So it's
fucking
around.
help as me.
Yeah, another one. A 2.
So this is right. 21 to hit.
Damn, if I only had more than
That's fine,
one
I'll attack
attack.
anymore. Alright, first attack. Nat 16. Those will be my other dual weapon attack. So, okay, 26.
Yeah. Dagger. Try again. This is what the fly. Stab it for
Wow,
all time.
nearly minimum damage. 10.
You needed 7.
Yeah.
How would you like to disable him so that he does not move anymore?
I'm just gonna.
Stab in the thigh until.
Yeah, pretty much.
You just stab in over and over and over again. You see, Letha's just like looking up, pulling at the curtain fabric, like strands of material cloth hanging onto this Elder's Abomination thing that's beside him. Literally, like grabbing up at it with bloody hands until basically just kind of like.
You know, I really did like you. Is Ray chasing after or no?
Ray is, but these guys are roof jumping, so Ray's
Incredibly slow.
Ray's
He's
more.
got literally one weakness. Yeah.
And
I can taste too.
you notice that obviously the crab-like monster pieces beside you look like they were about to go for you, but then they just
I got one more attack.
they dissolve.
That's a killing.
Yeah.
Sound like yeah.
Well, actually, no, it's a negative column here.
Two other daggers up there, just rip them all out.
Anything special on it when he dies, like the divinity goes back to where it hurts, or is it
Just looks like
I'm just gonna die around his head about 5 more times and just like viciously.
by the time Ingrid comes around, and basically, I'm gonna say, a full 30 small seconds has passed. You watch this Ingrid is drying the blood off, and Ray is approaching.
He's like, what the fuck?
You found it.
You got grabbed by like a crab, gross thing that was about to take him away.
Oh, did he?
So I killed him. He's expired, unfortunately.
Okay.
He's right with us.
Anything good?
No. The squirrel wasn't there.
Okay, this was a waste.
Well, one of our enemies is dead.
Was he an enemy?
Yeah, you're right. Anyway,
Was your
if
enemy?
you said you didn't know me, that's I can't forget.
The main character, motherfucker. Also, how long would you rest for?
Yeah.
And then you wake up. The group, after a few hours, still hasn't arrived, but you know it takes a few hours to get here, so they might have just been taking more time for that. They might be here in 30 minutes, an hour. No communication on the new stone with Aaron, which you check and that's there, so it's your queen stone.
See where it's from. What do you reckon's the play?
If it comes to taking the book from the thing that is holding the book from us, I am not sure really what we should do other than hear him out and then take the book when he is done talking. That being said, it might be easier to just try and jump the creature first. Play its game. That's a risky move.
I don't think I can beat it. He does everything I do.
Maybe that's why it doesn't want to fight you. It's a victory it knows it has, so using the advantage of the celestial inside you and using me. Is that enough?
I don't think so.
We need that book.
I don't. But I don't see how it's smart doing it now. What I'm feeling, obviously it doesn't want the book. There's a reason it's offering to give it back. It's not as valuable to it as it is to us. What if we make it come to us?
We would need a resource we could pay it with. You, me, the pirate scrolls.
I don't know what it's looking for. I don't. It talked about ascension. That's pretty much all it talked about. And then if it's going onto the papyrus scrolls, they're effectively used to turn people into gods, right?
Speaking with some of the archmages of the city, maybe they could locate. No, I don't. You see, you see the squished can of wax, recognizing the British and Revenge boot mark, the distinct one. And from that observation, you're hearing territorial comment on it. You know what he wears, disguising as one of them, but looks like you. Likely means that he's been slowly trimming back the city's resources, military power maybe.
Going for higher-ups.
Did he go in the book first and then take it, or just...
I think he came from the book.
That is likely true.
I don't... I mean... John and Emmerich said that they saw, or they thought they saw, a version of him in there. Maybe it was him. Maybe it wasn't the one of the five. Maybe it was someone else. Maybe he went in for the hammer. Or for the mythical god weapon, whatever it is.
If he already has another version of me, then that's two powerful weapons by his side. But if he had those powers and chose to not follow it into the next door where we were, he has no interest.
How would he have a version of you? I know you served him Andreas, and he wasn't exactly the best of us. But would you go, like, thinking broadly, would you allow a creature like that to wield you?
If I didn't know, it was a deceiving kind. It could, not that it could convince me, but it could hide what it was intending to do from my force invading it. I think when it emerged, we saw its weapon was the bastard sword that I was originally formed to look like. So potentially it is a less mature, older, or younger dragon. That is just me like it is just you.
Maybe a version of you that's more angry about being placed in a sword.
Very likely. One that may have made less mistakes too, is less willing to evolve, less willing to deal with the punches. But if we don't deal with this, are we going to leave it to the others to make it with them? We're going to put all of their lives in danger for this.
I feel like just being near them and putting their lives in danger.
It will try to use their lives for its own ploy. Really believe it was good at taking precious things away.
Do you remember when Inspirus first spoke to us? There was a voice.
We were talking to Cecilia. It sounded foreign.
It tried to explain something about religion.
Something about power is like a name.
It was calming.
Cecilia said there was an avatar. It was wisdom. Wisdom here means benefit.
Where the gods failed to walk. Okay. What if we head there?
If we knew it would lure the other Oscar away, then it would be worth it at the very least.
Keep the city safe for now, and would let us refocus.
And in some way we know it is after you for stealing what did not belong to it. Taunting you. Maybe you'll go for and you hear the kind of strange crackle voice, alien recalls in your mind.
Move you quickly. Trouble. Weeks taking seconds.
Okay. It'll give us a chance to return the shield, I guess. Let's see if we can lure it away. Give our guys a bit of time to rest.
Get the shield. If I could, is there any way that we can lure him with something that we know will work? What does this shadow version of yourself require? And then search for him. Would it not be after the same child you locked in that prison in your cellar?
I guess, yeah. Yeah, we can bring him. Take him as a hostage.
I'm gonna walk another 17 hours.
What else is there to take?
No, you're right.
It's only 5 hours away. If we move fast, we can do it in 2, 3.
Where do we last put him?
In the hypersites in the solar centers. Still stuck there.
Okay. Let's head there quickly then. See if we can take
He's
him.
hungry.
You see Cerebral starts to carve small SS symbol of it, imagine your membrane into the wall of this place, so that when your allies come, they might know where you are based on that symbol. Kind of subtle, but also not really.
He's joined the party.
Yes.
And as Oscar reaches the soul's entrance, he reaches the basement, he opens the door, little trinkets of legs still left behind, stuff like spare mess kits, interrogation kits, logging kits all still left behind.
We should really leave them a message to Gib. How we're going to head off. Let them know why. He'll say that as he's like walking down into the basement.
You get the dwarf shield on your back. You don't have to store those messaging that concerns on your body. Communicate with the wielder on the other side. Send a short message.
I'll do that. I love having my own little party.
4 guys?
Friends of the wild. You four being that old.
No, he couldn't do it. The 4th would have been the demon ring.
You stole it from.
Oh, wait, what are the 3? There's a sword, shield.
And the fucking Okay, Leif went out of his way.
See, he's missing all the fingernails on one side of his hand. And
Do you still have your teeth?
We gotta go fix that now. Do we still have his teeth?
he didn't have his teeth, but you can see half of his tongue is cut off.
Nice.
Alright, sure.
Wait, he cut his tongue and
Half of his tongue.
So he can still speak.
He can still speak, it's just weird.
Oh,
And
cut
he couldn't speak for a while.
I feel like the scissors over there. Because they're getting the potato.
Yeah.
Alright. Are you still conscious?
I don't think he could speak.
No, he still has 2 parts. You can.
He's still alive? Benefit. And actually, no, hold on.
Slams back into the chair, just breaks.
Sort of.
You're just winded on the floor, dazed.
I'll pull out the sending stand. Point to Heron.
You feel a connection.
Heron. Let the party know that I'm heading off to Brandt Gate. I should only be there a few days, I hope. There's someone I need to seek out. Someone I need to... Well... Let's just hope the other me follows. See you soon.
You're the side. Why is that? What's the food to give you? I was momentarily taken away from my own mind. I'm back now.
He's not a show guy, I love it.
When you come back, I owe you a drink. Keep Dark Oscar away. Thank you. Actually, and also, bring back. That's it.
Okay, you're gonna say something then. What is all the locals into? I'm gonna plans left.
I'll bring him upstairs. Okay. I'll quickly go behind the counter and just grab a couple like water skins and stuff.
Yeah.
God, you're so needy.
Just straight vodkas.
This is the poison you needed.
Just drawing it out of your water. No. You get it's on the Oscar level owner of the bar is able to distinguish even in the dark, which is pitch black down here, the difference between the two. You are doused with water, though you haven't had food. You are kind of like slowly gaining your sense of awareness back. Slowly. You can see his eyes are like dilated. Looking around frantically, can't even see you. You should be able to.
They'll grab a piece of paper. Sure, he did it. He's gonna slice off the fingertip of your guy.
Another one?
Yeah, and write on the paper.
Man, you'll have a pen on him.
It'll just say, I'd rather not find me in Brandt and leave it sort of where he was tied up.
This establishment is getting better ground.
Alright, let's go. Plane shift, I guess.
Who are you taking with?
Yeah.
Alright. They kidnapped the wizard.
You the divine transition. Hold on, you immediately realize you're tethering to a place that you know loosely. You've seen from a distance. You know the mountains that are kind of closest to you on the west side, the Pace of Wisdom. And when you arrive, the popping sensation, you realize gravity, height. You are higher up than you expected to be. You are several hundred feet from the nearest canopy.
Oh, wonderful.
And then what's more interesting is you start to notice the canopy shifting. About every 20 or 30 trees that you are looking down at. Different directions, different shifts moving through other canopies. Tall canopies moving through other canopies. A maze of trees below you. And this divine sense inside of you. There's something here, and you can feel it. And you're wondering if it can feel you. Because it's certainly what you assume is a connection. And it's ground level. But being up so high, you're like, there's a almost physical, yet ethereal tug on not your consciousness, but like your body.
Okay. No, I guess I'm going I'll quickly tie the kid to my back and I'll start climbing towards that.
And you return the last court to the courtyard where Ulrich and Ray return with a head in hand.
Anyone have a stack? I need a stack for this.
So you return to the...
He returns to the edge, which, by the way, because you basically left the outside, you can't even get back in because it's all walled off. You have to jump over roofs. So you walk around the far perimeter and you end up walking past Jonathan's new cathedral, which is illuminated by the blue lanterns which hang over your head. As they slide quietly, you can hear Murky and Jonathan.
Get the samples!
Arguing, and you can hear at the end of the argument being of Murky not being able to resurrect his son as a centaur.
Oh. Are they still talking about that? He's been every single time he sees John, he brings us out.
a way to do that.
John just went over this again and again and again. Like, what? Do we like...
10th is 5th.
It's okay.
What we could do, we could just kill him again and reincarnate him again. Give it another roulette chance.
You see there's about 6 or 7 random civilians that are inside the cathedral as well with you.
I hope you heard that, Moki, because it's a good suggestion.
He was walking in behind you guys. Did you just watch you sprint?
What? What did you think about the suggestion?
I can eat them.
I guess you could hit him.
Cicero!
This is a lot.
Hello.
Ow.
I'm using a hand to
It is the church's way of how they build.
Magic is all.
You see the Centaur walk out from behind the statue at the very end of the chamber, walking out, has a drumstick in her hand, just literally cat-like, almost to the bone, rips off meat. God, this is so good.
Nasty.
Hi guys, there's a lot of food.
Could you always do this if you had the right focus?
I feel nourished.
Yes.
You do not seem
But it is very,
slightly confident.
very rare to get something so strong to a cost. It's magic.
Didn't you want to build more of these?
I can build more.
Oh, okay.
You just made this from your imagination?
Yes.
This is a necromancy.
Strong imagination.
Exactly.
What?
Is this the same as like the shadow plane portal thing you were talking about?
No, this is conjuration.
Oh, I know how that. Yes, I'm saying. Did this building exist in somewhere in the world in your god's realm, and you've just pulled it from there into here?
No.
Okay, well, your powers are ridiculous. Okay, we can live.
Yes, we
We're
do.
going to sack. I need to take
Who
this.
is Leaf?
Who was the torturer of the Augustine child that you saw in the Soul Sentence basement?
Do you need that?
Almost identical vision.
I can lead you to his body if you want to.
I'll check for his ability. Does he have any? He's a head.
He's ahead. Check.
He's ahead of his time.
Check.
Checks.
You don't sense any.
I wanted to bring the whole body, but I'm too weak, and he said no. So
I see.
anyway, he was going around stealing. So he's stolen.
If the divinity exists, it would probably be lingering in the head, and then you'd have to still go to the body, but you don't sense anything in the head.
He stole Soul's divinity. He stole the Archangel and Cookies, Antiquity's divinity. The two of the most strongest divine casters in this entire.
I see.
We're now gone, so you've got less competition. How much?
We should probably check his ability.
The scroll for this is still unaccounted for. I do not know where that is.
I see.
So, unless you have some sort of spell to find an object, we won't.
Well, actually, if you give me his blood, I can find his blood.
Oh, do you want his hand? Here you go.
And the head are in the water.
It does go into cost tides of blood.
What does that do?
I have to do it tomorrow morning.
What does that do?
Prepare for it.
What does that do?
If I have a map, I can pour the blood
Sure, we can do.
and channel the magic to find the nearest relatives.
Oh, so we can find Oscar.
You can find everyone.
I can
And
find
his
Oscar
sister
and all the blood relatives.
He's been missing for so long.
He said he was going to the Central Conspiracy for the book list,
Interesting.
which I'm going to go through now.
Is there a range on it?
There is a range on the map you use.
So just like as big of a map as you have.
So if you use a world map, you're going to get very unreliable location. If you use a detailed city map, you get a more reliable location.
Textbook call Heron when you were at the whole sentence.
Dude, he called him up on fucking Skype and hit him up.
Therefore,
I call you on my cell phone.
Therefore, the invitation is
Clearly the map, yeah.
you do not have.
Do we have a
Call you
cartographer?
on my bug rock.
Yes, I would need you to find. There should be a cartographer somewhere.
Is that what it is?
Unless they're dead. I'm speaking frankly.
Okay, I'm really going to let the king know that they need to protect
Could you try and find a
casters.
Would you like to have
cartographer?
some lunch? Wait a minute.
I haven't got time.
Would you like to have some dinner
Grab by
before you
like an
go?
apple or a leaf.
Sure.
Leaf like the
I
killer
have a
Gary.
bread roll floating thing. Thank you for the bread floating.
I guess it still exists even if it leaves the top.
It does.
Infinite food because it's a lot of my call.
Thank you.
It's not up to late.
So you go back into find the king. Is that what
I'll leave the head in.
Yeah. Okay.
I still isn't blood. We're all red-handed right now.
Yeah. You are.
Alright, can you lead me to the
Bring out that empty of the
divinity
heads.
see if it's happening.
There you go. Yes.
It's just like
Hey, with that map, is it purely blood relatives or is it the soul? So it's like if you reincarnate, so if you reincarnate someone, they won't show up.
For the little castle.
Yeah.
Just to see who's around.
I still think you should reincarnate someone.
It's Bruce's now.
Because then he may stop complaining at you.
The two gods of the right arm
We should go out together.
center of the
You need a tree.
indoors.
That's a druid ability.
That is a druid ability.
So true. Well, you're right.
So smart. We live without him.
Why are we talking about three?
Alright, let's go find the body.
Well, we know exactly where it is. Down here, and you're here.
I'm going to stay. You guys have the body stuff.
It is safe here.
Yeah.
We can look at the ground.
Loki, if you're here, I will tell you this: each corner has an alarm. Once it is around 1 a.m., the alarm will go off if people walk in.
What about walk out? I don't think a peaceful temple, and all of a sudden, like you know, it's like I just go over the refuge.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Get to the silo!
Hey,
all of the boys are red into like black.
I'll be the sure.
Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
Have fun touching dead bodies. I'm gonna go from quality count with my kids.
You don't want to come to go look at dead bodies?
I have a bag of skin, I'm fine.
You should teach your children about how like the economy works.
How would he know? How could he
You take gold.
Why are you here?
You take other things.
If you go to the first floor, is where the sleeping quarters are.
They upstairs?
Yes.
I can't.
Bro, your floor is full.
Okay, my son can go up there, but I can leave my daughter can't. Wait, are they
my default son ran it up there.
Just seconds.
Oh wow, you're aimless.
This should be the
And go up the staircase.
Oh, they really big stairs.
My son is disabled. He's Lord.
You should know that horses make
I'll leave chest and head for settle.
Yeah.
They're for crusty weirdos. That's no rats.
You can technically climb it, but there's no climbing it like a human or a horse could climb regular stairs.
It's got a really, really tight turn.
It's like turn tiny stairs.
You know it that one, she's weak.
And she, for some reason, is about as big as you.
I am going to go to the cafeteria and only time for
She's unfortunate because she's like 14.
Then when I go to bed, I'll rage, get my legs, and go upstairs, carry my daughter. My son can go.
How nice. Sleep on the floor. I can
The one was actually Snake.
You notice it a bit annoying where you're going to climb up the wall, go upside down, then go up the ramp because there's an overhanging over the whole area. Then you're for another building, and then you see another complicated circular staircase.
I hate your fuck church.
We'll leave every 23
Yes.
Good.
So anyways, a mess.
As you walk back into the main temple area, you notice the king is knighting new soldiers, or soldiers that weren't present in the room when you entered the happening.
You would light it on in the middle of you go behind one, use the blade. Like, what's this one? I was like,
Dude, he's small, taps the shoulder with his son.
no, I'll just do it really horrifically creepy, like, you obviously inspired by the
Jump off my arm, pushing it into his
my bloody hand on the king's shoulder. I was like, okay, this is somebody going around stealing like cleric's divinity. They're using like really ancient council magic to steal away the divinity. It already happened to your high council lady. So just make sure you protect your clerics. Anybody who looks like I will describe Erica perfectly, and I'll say that. All right, I'm gonna go see if I can deal with the problem.
The two wars, Heron and the priest of Nanut.
Okay, yeah, protect them.
Nice. Yes, I've already guided you. You don't have to wait around. You'll be on the background. Okay, where are you mounting now?
The call.
My soul's just over the cost unconscious.
No, you just look now. Sorry, wait, is any nice balloons? I can't tell. Never mind.
He's wearing some obviously divine people. But
You can still pretend he's involved. It's fine.
you see Heron is also walking in your direction, but like is basically at the gate door looking at the cathedral that's just been silent. Then you might. Yes. What do you mean?
Oh, she actually released you. No, she's not so unfortunately done that. How do you feel?
I felt like just kind of
Friends with
what was that?
Okay, well,
I heard people talking in my dream, but I couldn't understand it.
The actual council members had a tie between getting help and having the king. And also, me and the other, the tiebreaker, so now we're not getting this person's help, except for you.
Okay. This person was going to help us. Well, that was nice of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was nice.
Well, she's not anymore. Oh, she released you temporarily, so that's nice. What else? Yeah, so other evil Oscar is sending his siblings and probably himself to go around and steal divinity because he wants to do something with it. Didn't really get that information out of it. So, you might be kidnapped at some point. So look out for that.
We've only got 4 divine people left just now. We've been taking some in.
All's gone. Old castle lady's gone.
Now just the
You and that person.
the juggernaut of the roof here.
Where is that person?
One of the big juggernaut man with the bird mask. He's inside of the temple there with the gold dome. He's healing Tristan. Monarch.
Why are you all Monarch?
Starts with a. Starts with a.
She's racist, dude, the tiefling.
And tiefling.
Old tiefling seem the same to David. And even though David created it, he can't tell him apart.
This tiefling is green. I'm alright then.
You still need to finish your rest.
No, I think I'm. No, we're gonna do. Yeah, maybe. I think
Right, you do that.
I'm happy to run with you. Where are you going?
I don't know. I guess
Where's
I'll
Jonathan?
just go to Oscar now.
Where is
I'll
Oscar?
probably grab the rest of them. I can't just do it on my own. Oscar did it several times for us.
Okay, if I join you, this place will be. Never mind, they've got. They've got Australian guards. It's fine. Let's go.
They're crazy.
I don't actually know where they went.
The rats made them.
I'm gonna guess it's the summoned blue flame temple. Heron and Emmerich smashed through the doors as Ray and Jonathan were having a conversation and Murphy was feeding his children.
When Sir left, Ray and Jonathan left to find that corpse quickly.
Okay.
Before some stuff.
Well, you spend the temple. Heron and Emmerich smashed through the doors as Ray and Jonathan were having a conversation and Murphy was feeding his children.
When Sir left, Ray and Jonathan left to find that corpse quickly.
Okay.
Before some stuff.
Well, you spend maybe about 10 minutes. So about the same time that Emmerich is returning, you as Emmerich on the side notice that Jonathan is carrying, for the most part, a headless body from the side of the kind of quarters area that's been cordoned off.
Is there a divinity in the corpse?
Was there a divinity in the corpse? No.
It was mangled.
It is heavily mangled. You know that obviously sometimes, like you've done with necromancy, it takes literally putting the body back together. It's not normal for there to be no sign of divinity. However, this was a soul put into the body from the book, so from the scroll, sorry, so you're just not sure this is kind of new territory for a possession, natural, I guess. But you arrive. And you both meet each other, the 4 of you, including Heron.
Perfect. Well, Jonathan meets the body out. He gets the ghost to pick up the body. Please bring it to my laboratory.
Like, I know they're 5 pounds. You're gonna have to get it.
Oh, you're right. 20 of them.
Like most
There's
of them.
40 of them. So
Yeah.
how many of them take?
I say 20.
Right?
Because he has hollow bones just like Oscar does.
What do you mean? I weigh 85 kilos.
So that's 100 pounds.
It's a lot more than 100 pounds he gets over there.
I'm probably like 60 pounds.
I'm 5'5".
Yeah, I thought you were tall.
I know. That should arrive inside.
Slightly shorter than me.
I'm a short king.
Now that we know that
David Gucci.
Oh, hey guys, how's it going? I've been eating
what have you been eating?
the bread.
Good bread.
It's good bread.
Alright.
Man, I love you guys. I feel so welcome here.
And
You have useful skills.
you notice that from behind
You'll be able to use.
the American Heron's arrival, there is 20 or 30 other people
Again, still not. No one's told them to come. But you know,
John literally could have been like prophet, being a prophet this whole time, but he was arguing with Murky about his fucking son instead.
And then when they come in, it's like, welcome.
You just hear a bunch of them just
Welcome
muttering.
to the Church of Freedom. Come, we have a shelter for you and food. Come.
Hey, what?
It's 9:09 for all of you new timey people.
Is this This is. Oh, it's like, this is hell!
Fire.
That's quite rude.
Treat my family with respect, otherwise I'll eat you.
Listen, and you're like, no, this is not new. It's the same, fine, you all start religiously kind of being fanatic, sorry, for maybe about 15, 16 seconds before they start to say, shh, that's not what it says on the plaque. Don't say the wrong god. This is something else.
Please, come.
They do not react well, and they are very cautious and become even slower to enter the room because of the ghosts.
After a while, they see the ghosts go past.
Yeah, they basically stop in their tracks the moment they see the ghosts. Because you can see them inside from a distance, but not clearly, and now that they're closer, they can see them. It takes a. I'm gonna make you roll me a diplomacy check. This is DC 28.
Please, it is fine. They are merely apparitions. They are not true undead.
Oh, so magic. Oh, cool.
Yes.
Good.
Unfortunately, undeath is forbidden in the Freedom's Temple.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I thought you were evil. If you were saying that, this is not cool.
It's forbidden. It will be undead dragon.
Upside down on the ceiling.
I've only seen it raised like a really undead.
It's much less than an average person.
Most necromancers get to hurt people.
As he leads them to the back room,
You're 10%
there's this weird statue with black hands reaching out for the stranger god of the lantern.
That's good as well. Comes from God.
But leading it to the back of the
They revere it in a weird way, and they look at it like it's a false idol in some of them, and some of them look at it like it's just a monument of art. Like, they just revere it in a more.
If you're looking for other gods, there are the minor shrines to the right, left. But that is...
Pussy shit.
I don't really know what type of gods the new era has, so they are all very old.
If you worship him, he will be able to give you boons.
And you are one of the ones, I mean, you are talking to this group of about 30, and you notice at the very front door, while the group is now getting settled inside, you see the king and about 6 British Rangers slowly walking into the room. And
Please move to the back, and if you ask one of the unseen servants, they will grant you some food.
I'm going to be a bad god.
and he says,
Jonathan, hello. I am wondering if it is the appropriate time to bring a few more people in here. I, of course, do not need the sustenance you provide. We have some left for me where we come from. I would rather feed the people who need to fight. If I could send the last 200 of my soldiers that are left,
I see.
having them fed and well rested might do us all some good.
Well, currently this building can hold 226 people. 56 people.
And there's already about 40 in here, so 200 might be pushing it.
However, tomorrow I can make another one that will be a bit smaller, but will have the same capacity as this one.
Also, it's not all in one go. Fantastic.
It'll take a while to set up.
Make another?
I will bring only half of the amount of soldiers. The other half we can give them all this tomorrow.
You start from one night. Bitches.
They can start. He says as he walks away. Some of the soldiers here look like almost sickly, some of them, and they say, my lord, are we allowed to stay here? He said, yes, I brought you here so you could eat. Stay.
and the king starts to leave just by himself.
Right, soldiers, please come to the back. This is the cafeteria. If you want any help, please ask any of these. He moves his hand. Alfredo, please tell them. Please be willing to talk to them if they need any problem. And if you read around the castle, you'll know about their history and why they're here. Actually, never mind. It's not written in the language you can read. Don't worry about it.
Yes, well, it is. Give us some rest and food supplies, please. Thank you.
If you need any help, just ask the servants.
If you manage to convince most of the people that come in over the next hour, even the next, actually, let's skip the next 3 hours.
What are you doing with this body? Anything in particular?
What am I doing with the body? I was going to check if there's any divinity in it, and now I'm going to have to do some testing. However, there's too many people I have to get all of the finance. I have to do all the logistics until I can find somebody to replace me to do it.
I think Monkey went to take a nap, so...
Yes, he went to the bedroom.
I'm gonna go to the temple of Hesperus. Because Oscar is definitely going to kill himself or leave or do something stupid.
That's so silly. He's a really good man.
Wait, Harry's here, right?
He loves to be around people.
Aaron, do you know where Oscar went?
No, I do not.
It's about 15 minutes or so in the future that he activates it.
Wait, hold a second.
Aha, you can cuck the future.
Every place. Get a stone. How do I activate this thing?
That's automatically. What do you mean? You've done it before.
It just starts hovering around the room.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Put it in your ass and figure it out.
Oscar's going to be gone for a few days. Heading to the Brandt Gate, trying to be a lure.
Huh? He is going to my homeland.
What did he say about the book?
Interesting choice.
Turns out it was completely correct.
We need to head to the Temple of Hesperus to get the book.
Yes.
Good idea, guys.
Alright, Harris stuff to run with you.
I will wish you good luck. Please,
Ray, you coming? Yeah. Ray's coming.
please take my dragon.
Dragon?
Can it understand celestial commands?
It understands any language that I know.
Wait, guys.
Who wants command over it?
I was going to say, I'm going to stay here.
I'll take it.
Alright.
I'm going to look after the guns.
Listen to those instructions.
I think you should come with us.
Bring his corpse, and now the friend's corpse is back to him.
never played. I'm
scared.
I am scared. Please, guys.
I think you should get the like getting the
How would you experience if
Exactly.
you can't join a party and not get you
Okay, I'm fine.
Alright, sir.
So, Herod flies off with basically jet bonus. Ray starts to run behind. And then you see from underneath you, scooped below, is the dragon that just straight up picks you up and is running at 120 feet around.
I mean, break closer.
Oh shit. 60 feet base speed.
Pick up that guy.
It's pretty good.
The wing picks Ray up, just kind of flips him over.
Resist.
Good luck.
The dragon.
Alright. Hello, welcome to the church of the king.
Oh my god, we're
The
doing
king's just now and brings basically 200 people into the temple.
Hey, don't the dragon! It's nice. The dragon is the trick of the light. It's the trick of the light.
And we will end it there. At the converging of multiple points that do not converge.